probably should turn myself up a bit. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. Oh, no, maybe not. Trying to do it to where you guys can still hear the music, but not hear it over me. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 out of 16. Yes, there's going to be 16 days where we're going to be doing this. Today we are going to be reading chapter 7 through 11. And the only reason we're going 7 through 11 instead of 7 through 12 is because there are technically 2 chapter 9s. There is a chapter 9 in the main storyline, which is Violet's point of view, and then there's a chapter 9 that's in someone else's point of view. Yay! We'll get to that when we get to it, basically. We'll read the original, or the main chapter first, and then we'll read the second point of view second, of course. So, we will, and just to refresh, for those of you who did not see yesterday's broadcast or has not watched it on my YouTube channel, which it is now live, yesterday we read through chapter 1 through 6, and we met our main female character, our protagonist, Violet Sorrengail. We learned that she has been training her entire life to actually be a scribe, because that's what her father was, and she wanted to be just like her dad, but her mother decided instead she was going to be a writer, just like the rest of the family in the Sorrengail family. We met our protagonist's best friend, Rhiannon, and then we met a bunch of other characters. We also met the main male characters, both Dane and Xaden. We were introduced to some dragons. Xaden's dragon, Sgale, sorry. We didn't see, but we were technically introduced by name to Dane's dragon, Calf. And we got some other names for dragons, but we'll get to those when we get to those. But yeah, so we will continue with chapter 7 in a moment. I just wanted to remind everybody the reason that we are doing the readings of these books is because within the next 9-ish weeks, is the release of the next book in this series, which is going to be called Onyx Storm. So we'll be reading through all of Fourth Wing until it's done, and then we will read through Iron Flame. So yeah. Alright, and I'm going to only miss one weekend in December because I have prior engagements for those days. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then we will continue on, starting with the reading. Alright. Woo! Yeah, that music got louder than I expected. Alright, so just like yesterday, we will take a break, like a 5 to 10 minute-ish break after each chapter. And for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I am annotating the times of everything, so of when each chapter starts and ends. So, I know everything will be down in the description below. Alright. I think I could probably turn it down here. I think that should be fine, hopefully. Alright. Alright. Now let's start Chapter 7. Damn it, I mutter, as my toe catches a rock, and I stumble in the waist-high grass that grows alongside the river beneath the citadel. The moon is nice and full, illuminating the way, but it means I'm sweating to death in this cloak to keep hidden, just in case anyone else is out here wandering after curfew. The Ayakobos River rushes with summer runoff from the peak above, and the currents are fast and deadly this time of year, especially coming out of the steep drop of the ravine. No wonder that first year died when he fell in yesterday during our downtime. Since Parapet, our squad is the only one in the quadrant not to lose anyone. But I know that's unlikely to last much longer in this ruthless school. Tightening my heavy satchel over my sling, I move closer to the river along the ancient line of oaks, where I know one vine of fonnelly berries will be coming into season soon. Ripe, the purple berries are tart and barely edible, but picked prematurely and left to dry will make an excellent weapon in the growing arsenal that 9 nights of sneaking out has given me. This was exactly the reason I brought the Book of Poisons with me. Challenges start next week, and I need every possible advantage. Spotting the boulder I used as a landmark for the past 5 years, I counted the trees in the river on the riverbank. 1, 2, 3. I whisper, spotting the exact oak I'll need. Its branches spread wide and high, some even daring to reach out over the river. Lucky for me, the lowest is easily climbable, even more so with the grass oddly trampled underneath. A twinge of pain shoots up through my shoulder as I slip my right arm out of the sling and begin to climb by moonlight and memory. The pain quickly fades to an ache, just like it has every evening while Rhiannon has been kicking my ass on the mat. Hopefully tomorrow, Nolan will let me out of the annoying sling for good. The fonnelly vine looks deceptively like ivy as it winds up the trunk, but I've scaled this particular tree enough times to know this is the one. I've just never had to climb the damn thing in a cloak before. It's a pain in my ass. The fabric catches on almost every branch as I move upward, slowly and steadily, climbing past the wide branch where I used to spend hours reading. Shit! My foot slips on the bark, and my heart stutters for a heartbeat while my feet find better holds. This would be so much easier during the day, but I can't risk being caught. Bark scrapes my palms, and then I climb higher. The tips of the vine leaves are white at this height, barely visible in the mottled moonlight through the canopy. But I grin as I find exactly what I've been searching for. There you are. The purple berries are a gorgeous, unripe lavender. Perfect. Digging my fingernails into the branch above me, I manage to keep from wobbling long enough to retrieve an empty vial in my satchel and uncork it with my teeth. Then I pluck just enough berries off the vine to fill the glass and shove the stopper back in. Between these, the mushrooms I've already hunted tonight, and the other items I've collected, I should be able to make it through the next month of challenges. I'm almost down the tree, only a handful of branches to go, when I spot movement beneath me and pause. Hopefully it's just a deer, but it's not. Two figures in black cloaks, apparently tonight's disguise of choice, walk under the protection of the tree. The smaller one leans back against the lowest limb, removing her hood to reveal a half-shaved head of pink hair I know all too well. Imogen, the squad mate who nearly ripped off my arm 10 days ago. My stomach tightens, then knots as the second rider slips off his own hood. Zayden Ryerson. Oh shit. There's maybe 15 feet between us and nothing, and no one, out here to stop him from killing me. Fear clenches my throat and holds tight as I white-knuckle the branches around me, debating the merits of holding my breath so he can't hear me versus falling out of the tree if I faint from the lack of oxygen. They begin speaking, but I can't hear what they're saying, not with the river rushing by. Relief fills my lungs. If I can't hear them, they can't hear me either, as long as I sit tight. But all it takes is for him to look up, and I'll be toast. Literally, if he decides to feed me to that blue dagger tail of his. The moonlight I was thankful for a few minutes ago has now become my biggest liability. Oh, sorry. Slowly, carefully, quietly, I move out of the patchy moonlight to the next branch over, cloaking myself in shadow. What is he doing out here with Imogen? Are they lovers? Friends? It's absolutely none of my business, and yet I can't help but wonder if she's the kind of woman he goes for. One whose beauty is only unmatched by her brutality. They fucking deserve each other. Zayden turns away from the river as though he's looking for someone, and sure enough, more riders arrive, gathering under the tree. They're all dressed in black cloaks as they shake hands, and they all have rebellion relics. My eyes widen as I count. There are almost 24 of them. A few third years, a couple of seconds, but the rest are all firsts. I know the rules. Marked ones can't group in groups larger than 3. They're committing a capital offense simply by being together. It's obviously a meeting of some sort. And I feel like a cat clinging to the leaf-tipped limbs of this tree while the wolves circle below. Their gathering could be completely harmless, right? Maybe they're homesick. Like when the cadets from the Moraine province all spend a Saturday at the nearby lake just because it reminds them of the ocean they miss so much. Or maybe marked ones are plotting to burn Basgiath to the ground and finish what their parents started. I can sit up here and ignore them, but my complacency, my fear, could get people killed if they're down there scheming. Telling Dane is the right thing to do, but I can't even hear what they're saying. Shit. Nausea churns in my stomach. I have to get closer. Keeping myself on the opposite side of the trunk and sticking to the shadows that wrap around me, I climb down another branch with sloth-like speed, holding my breath as I test each branch with the fraction of my weight before lowering myself. Their voices are still muffled by the river, but I can hear the loudest of them, a tall, dark-haired man with pale skin, whose shoulders take up twice the space of any first year, standing opposite Zayden's position and wearing the rank of a third year. "We've already lost Sutherland and Luperco," he says, "but I can't make out the response. It takes 2 more rungs of branches before their words are clear. My heart pounds like it's trying to escape my ribs. I'm close enough for any one of them to see if they look hard enough. Well, everyone except Zayden, since his back is turned toward me. Like it or not, we're going to have to stick together if you want to survive until graduation," Imogen says. One little hop to the right, and I could repay the callous shoulder maneuver she pulls on me with a quick kick to her head. I just happen to value my life more than I want revenge at this moment, so I keep my feet to myself. "And if they find out we're meeting?" a first-year girl with an olive complexion asks, her eyes darting around the circle. "We've done this for 2 years, and they've never found out," Zayden responds, folding his arms and leaning back against the limb below my right. Sorry, taking a drink. "They're not going to unless one of you tells, and if you tell, I'll know." The threat is obvious in his tone. Like Garrick said, we've already lost 2 first years to their own negligence. There are only 41 of us in the writer's quadrant, and we don't want to lose any of you. But we will if you don't help if you don't help yourselves. The odds are always stacked against us, and trust me, every other Navarian in the quadrant will look for reasons to call you a traitor or force you to fail. There's a muttered assent, and my breath hitches at the intensity in his voice. Damn it. I don't want to find a single thing about Zayden Ryerson admirable, and yet here he is, being an all-annoying, admirable asshole. Have to admit, it would be nice to have a high-ranking writer from my province I'm sorry. Have to admit, it would be nice if a high-ranking writer from my province gave a shit if the rest of us from the province lived or died. How many of you are getting your asses handed to you in hand-to-hand? Zayden asks. 4 hands shoot into the air, none of which belong to the spiky blonde-haired first year standing with his arms crossed, a head taller than most others. Liam Mari. He's in second squad, tail section, of our wing, and already the top cadet in our year. He practically ran across the parapet and destroyed every opponent on assessment day. Shit, Zayden swears, and I would give anything to see his expression as he lifts a hand to his face. The big one, Garrick, sighs. I'll teach them. I recognize him now. He's the flame section leader in 4th wing. My direct supervisor above Dane. Zayden shakes his head. You're our biggest fighter. Or you're our best fighter. You're our best fighter. A second year near Zayden counters with a quick grin. He's handsome, with tawny brown skin crowned by a cloud of black curls and a litany of patches on what I can see of his uniform under his cloak. His features are close enough to Zayden's that they might be related. Cousins, maybe? Ben Ryerson had a sister, if I remember correctly. Shit, what was the guy's name? It's been years since I read the records, but I think it starts with a B. Dirtiest fighter, maybe, Imogen snarks. Most everyone laughs, and even the first years crack a smile. Fucking ruthless is more like it, Garrick adds. There's a general consensus of nods, including one from Liam Mari. Garrick is our best fighter, but Imogen is right up there with him, and she's a hell of a lot more patient. Xaden notes, which is just ludicrous considering she didn't seem too patient while breaking my arm. So the four of you split yourselves up between the two of them for training. A group of three won't draw any unwanted attention. What else is giving you trouble? I can't do this, a gangly first year says, rolling his shoulders inwards and lifting his slim fingers to his face. What do you mean? Xaden asks, his voice taking on a hard edge. I can't do this, the smaller one shakes his head. The death, the fighting, any of it. The pitch of his voice rises with every sentiment. A guy had his neck snapped right in front of me on assessment day. I want to go home. Can you help me with that? Every head swings towards Xaden. No, Xaden shrugs. You're not going to make it. Best accept it now and not take up any more of my time. It's all I can do to smother my gas, and some of the others in the group don't bother trying. What a dick. The smaller guy looks stricken, and I can't help but feel bad for him. That was a little harsh, cousin, the second year, who looks a little like Xaden says, lifting his eyebrows. What do you want from me, Bodhi? Xaden cocks his head to the side, his voice calm and even. I can't save everyone, especially not someone who isn't willing to work to save themselves. Damn, Xaden, Garrick rubs the bridge of his nose. Way to give a pep talk. If they need a fucking pep talk, they will both know they're not flying out of the quadrant on graduation day. Let's get real. I can hold their hands and make them a bunch of bullshit, empty promises about everyone making it through if that helps them sleep. But in my experience, the truth is far more valuable. He turns his head, and I can only assume he's looking at the panicked first year. In war, people die. It's not glorious, like the bards sing about either. It's snapped necks and 200-foot-falls. There's nothing romantic about scorched earth or the scent of sulfur. This, he gestures back toward the citadel, isn't some fable where everyone makes it out alive. It's hard, cold, uncaring reality. Not everyone here is going to make it home, to whatever's left of our homes. And make no mistake, we are at war every time we step foot in the quadrant. He leans forward slightly. So, if you won't get your shit together and fight to live, then no, you're not going to make it. Only crickets dare to break the silence. Now, someone give me a problem I can actually solve, Xaden orders. Battle brief. A first year I recognize softly says, her bunk is only a row away from Rhiannon's and mine's. Shit, what's her name? There are too many women in the hall to know everyone, but I'm certain she's in third wing. It's not that I can't keep up, but the information, she shrugs. That's a tough one. Imogen responds, turning to look at Xaden. Her profile in the moonlight is almost unrecognizable, as the same person who shredded my shoulder. That Imogen is cruel, vicious even, but the way she's looking at Xaden softens her eyes, her mouth, her whole posture as she tucks a short strand of pink hair behind her ear. You'll learn what they teach you, Xaden says to the first year, his voice taking a hard edge. Keep what you know, but recite whatever they tell you to. My brows furrow. What the hell does he mean by that? Battle brief is one of the classes taught by scribes to keep the quadrant up to date on all non-classified troop movements and battle lines. The only thing we're asked to recite are recent events and general knowledge of what's going on near the front lines. Anyone else? Xaden asks. You better ask now. We don't have all night. It hits me then. Other than being gathered in a group of more than 3, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing here. There's no plot, no coup, no danger. It's just a group of older writers counseling first years from their province. But if Dane knew, he'd be honor-bound too. When do we get to kill Violet Sorengale? A guy toward the back asks. My blood turns to ice. The murmur of assent among the group sends a jolt of terror down my spine. Yeah, Xaden, Imogen says sweetly, lifting her pale green eyes to him. When do we get to finally have our revenge? He turns just enough for me to see his profile and the scar that crosses his face as he narrows his eyes at Imogen. I told you already, the youngest Sorengale is mine, and I'll handle her when the time is right. He'll handle me? My muscles thaw with the heat of words. The heat of indignation. Words. I'm not some inconvenience to be handled. My short-lived admiration of Xaden is over. Didn't you already learn that lesson, Imogen? The look-alike Xaden chides from halfway down the circle. What I hear, Atos has you scrubbing dinner dishes for the next month for using your powers on the mat. Imogen's head snaps in his direction. Her mother is responsible for the execution of my mom and sister. I should have done more than just snap her shoulder. Her mom is responsible for the capture of nearly all our parents, Garrett counters, folding his arms over his wide chest. Not her daughter. Punishing children for the sins of their parents is the Navarian way, not the Tirish. So we get conscripted because of what our parents did years ago and shoved into the death sentence of a college. Imogen starts. In case you didn't notice, she's in the same death sentence of a college, Garrick retorts. Seems like she's already suffering the same fate. Am I seriously watching them debate over whether I should be punished for being Lilith Sorengale's daughter? Don't forget her brother was bred in Sorengale, Xaden adds. She has as much reason to hate us as we do her. He pointedly looks at Imogen and the first year who raised the question. And I'm not going to tell you again. She's mine to handle. Anyone feel like arguing? Silence reigns. Good. Then get back to bed and go in threes. He motions with his head, and they slowly disperse, walking away in groups of threes, just like he ordered. Xaden is the last to leave. I draw a slow breath. Holy shit, I just might live through this. But I have to be sure they're gone. I don't move a muscle even when my thighs cramp and my fingers lock as I count to 500 in my head. Breathing as evenly as possible to soften the beats of my galloping heart. Only when I'm sure I'm alone, when the squirrel scurry past on the ground, do I finish climbing from the tree, jumping the last 4 feet to the grassy floor. Xenial must have a soft spot for me, because I'm the luckiest woman up on the continent. A shadow lunges behind me, and I open my mouth to scream, but my air supply is cut off by an elbow around my neck as I'm yanked against a hard chest. Scream, and you die, he whispers, and my stomach plummets as the elbow is replaced by the sharp bite of a dagger at my throat. I freeze. I recognize the rough pitch of Xaden's voice anywhere. Fucking Sorengale. His hand yanks back the hood of my cloak. How did you know? My tone is outright indignant. But whatever. If he's going to kill me, I'm not going down as some simpering little beggar. Let me guess. You can smell my perfume. Isn't that what always gives the heroine away in books? He scoffs. I command shadows. But sure, it was your perfume that gave you away. He lowered the knife and steps away. I gasp. Your Signet is a shadow wielder? No wonder he's risen so high in rank. Shadow wielders are incredibly rare and highly coveted in battle. able to disorient entire drifts of griffins, if not take them down depending on the signet's strength. What, Atos hasn't warned you not to get caught alone in the dark with me yet? His voice is like rough velvet along my skin, and I shiver. Then draw my own blade from the sheath at my thigh and raise it as I spin toward him, ready to defend myself out to the death. Is that how you plan to handle me? Eavesdropping, were we? He arches a black brow and sheaths his dagger like I couldn't possibly pose a threat to him, which only serves to piss me off even more. Now I might actually have to kill you. There's an undertone of truth in those mocking eyes. This is just bullshit. Then go ahead and get it over with. I unsheath another dagger, this one from beneath my cloak, where it was strapped in at my ribs, and back up a couple of feet to give me distance to throw them, if he doesn't rush me. He pointedly looks at one dagger and then the other and sighs, folding his arms across his chest. That stance is really the best defense you can muster. No wonder Imogen nearly ripped your arm off. I'm more dangerous than you think, I flat out bluster. So I see. I'm quaking in my boots. The corner of his mouth rises into a mocking smirk. Fucking asshole. I flip the dagger in my hand, pinching them at the tips, and then flick my wrists and fire them past his head, one at each side, then landing solidly in the trunk of the tree behind him. You missed. He doesn't even flinch. Did I? I reach for my last two blades. Why don't you back up a couple of steps and test that theory? Curiosity flares in his eyes, but it's gone in the next second, masked by cold, mocking indifference. Every one of my senses is on high alert, but the shadows around me don't slide in as he moves backward, his eyes locked with mine. His back hits the tree, and the hilts of my daggers brush his ears. Tell me again that I missed? I threatened, taking the dagger in my right hand by the tip. Fascinating. You look all frail and breakable, but you're really a violent little thing, aren't you? An appreciative smile curves his perfect lips as shadows dance up the trunk of the oak, taking the form of fingers. They pluck the daggers from the tree and bring them to Zayden's waiting hands. My breath abandons me with a sharp exhale. He has the kind of power that could end me without him having to do so much as lift a finger. Shadow wielding. The futility of even trying to defend myself against him is laughable. I hate how beautiful he is, how lethal his abilities make him as he strides towards me, shadows curling around his footsteps. He's like one of those poisonous flowers I've read about from the Cygnus forest to the east. His allure is a warning not to get too close, and I am definitely too close. Switching my grip to the hilts of my daggers, I prepare for the attack. You should show that little trick to Jack Barlow, Zayden says, turning his palms upward and offering me my daggers. I'm sorry? This is a trick. It has to be a trick. He moves closer, and I lift my blade. My heart stumbles, the beat irregular as fear floods my system. The next snapping first year who's very publicly vowed to slaughter you, Zayden clarifies as my blade presses against his cloak at the level of his abdomen. He reaches under my cloak and slides one blade into the sheath at my thigh, then pulls back the side of my cloak and pauses. His gaze locks onto the length of my braid, where it falls over my shoulder. And I could swear he stops breathing for a heartbeat before he slides the remaining dagger into one of the sheaths at my ribs. He'd probably think twice about plotting your murder if you threw a few daggers at his head. This is bizarre. It has to be some kind of game meant to confuse me, right? And if so, he's playing it really fucking well. Because the honor of my murder belongs to you, I challenge. You wanted me dead long ago before your little club chose my tree to meet under. So I imagine you've all been but buried me in your mind by now. He glances at the dagger poised at his stomach. Do you plan on telling anyone about my little club? His eyes meet mine, and there's nothing but cold, calculating death waiting there. No, I answer truthfully, suppressing a shiver. Why not? He tilts his head to the side, examining my face like I am an oddity. It's illegal for the children of separatist officers to assemble in groups larger than 3. I'm well aware. I've lived at Goliath longer than you. I lift my chin. And you're not going to run off to Mommy or your precious little Dane and tell them we've been assembling? His gaze narrows on mine. My stomach twists just like it did before I stepped out onto the parapet. Like my body knows that whatever action I take next will determine my lifespan. You were helping them. I don't see why that should be punished. It um it wouldn't be fair to him or the others. Was their little meeting illegal? Absolutely. Should they die for it? Absolutely not. And that's exactly what will happen if I tell. Those first years will be executed for nothing more than asking for tutoring, and the senior cadets will join them just because they helped. I'm not going to tell. He looks at me like he's trying to see through me. The ice prickles my scalp. My hand is steady, but my nerves tremble at what the next 30 seconds might bring. He can kill me right here, toss my body into the river, and no one will know I'm gone until they find me downstream. But I won't let him end me without drawing his blood first. That's for damn sure. Interesting, he says softly. We'll see if you keep your word. And if you do, then unfortunately it looks like I owe you a favor. Then he steps away, turns, and walks off, heading back toward the staircase in the cliff that leads up to the citadel. Wait, what? You're not going to handle me? I call after him, shock rising in my brows. Not tonight, he tosses over his shoulder. I scoff. What are you waiting for? It's no fun if you expect it, he answers, striding into the darkness. Now get back to bed before your wing leader realizes you're out after curfew. What? I gawk after him. You're my wing leader! But he's already disappeared into the shadows, leaving me talking to myself like a fool. He didn't even ask what was in my satchel. A slow smile spreads across my face as I tuck my arm back into the sling, sighing with relief as the weight is taken off my shoulder. A fool with funnily berries. Alright. That is the end of chapter 7. And we will take a quick little break here. And I will be back to continue chapter 8. Alright. We're back with Chapter 8. I am so sorry about that. Ooh. Alright. Chapter 8. The women's hall is quiet as I dress for the evening, the sun barely peeking above the horizon in the far windows. I take the dragon scale vest from where I left it to dry on the hanger at the end of my bed and slip it on over my short-sleeved black shirt. It's a good thing I've gotten pretty adept to tighten the laces behind my back, since Rhiannon isn't in her bed. At least one of us is getting a few much-needed orgasms. Pretty sure there's a person or two scattered with their partners among the full bunks in here, too. The squad leaders talk a good game about enforcing curfew in here, enforcing curfew, but no one really cares. Well, except Dane. He cares about every rule. Dane. My chest tightens and I smile as I finish braiding my hair into a crown. Seeing him is the best part of my day, even the moments when he's anything but personable in public. Even in the moments where he's consumed with trying to save me from this place. Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm turning the air on cool because it's kind of hot in here. Whew. I grab my bag on the way out, passing by rows of empty beds that belong to the dozen women who haven't survived to see August, and shove open the door. There he is. Dane's eyes light up as he pushes off the wall of the hallway, where he's obviously been waiting for me. Morning! I can't help the smile that curves my lips. You don't have to escort me to duty every morning, you know. It's the only time I get to see you when I'm not your squad leader, he counters as he walks down the empty hallway past the halls that will lead to our rooms if we survive threshing. Trust me, it's worth getting up an hour early, though I still can't figure out why you choose breakfast duty over every other assignment. I shrug. I have my reasons. Really, really, really good reasons. Though, I do miss the extra hour of sleep. I'd had before we chose our assignments last week. A door on the right flies open, and Dane darts in front of me, dragging me behind him with his arm, so I faceplant into his bag. He smells like leather and soap and... Rhiannon? He snaps. Sorry, Rhiannon's eyes widen. I slip out of Dane's hold and move to the side so I can see her. I wondered where you were this morning. A grin spreads across my face as Tara appears next to her. Hey, Tara. Hey, Violet. She gives me a wave, then heads down the hallway, tucking her shirt into her pants. We have a curfew for a reason, cadet, Dane lectures, and I fight the urge to roll my eyes. And you know that no one is supposed to be in the private dorms until after threshing. Maybe we were just up early, Rhiannon counters. You know, like you are right now. She glances between the two of us with a mischievous smirk. Dane rubs the bridge of his nose. Just get back to the dorms and pretend you were asleep there, will you? Absolutely. She squeezes my hand as she passes by. Way to go, I whisper quickly. She had a thing for Tara since we got here. I know, right? She backs away with a smile, then turns to push through the hall doors. Monitoring the sex lives of first years was not what I had in mind when I applied to be a squad leader, Dane mutters, and we continue toward the kitchen. Oh, come on, like you weren't a first year yourself last year. He lifts his brows in thought and eventually shrugs. Fair point. And you're a first year now. His eyes slide my way as we near the arched doorways that lead to the rotunda. And his lips part like he's going to continue, but he looks away, pivoting to open the door for me. Why, Dane Atos, are you asking me about my sex life? I let my fingers trail along the exposed fangs of the green dragon pillar and bite back a smile as we walk by. No, he shakes his head, then pauses in thought. I mean, is there a sex life to talk about? We climb the steps that lead into commons, and I turn just before the door to face him. He's 2 steps below me, putting us at eye level. Since I got here, I tap my chin with a finger and smile. That's none of your business. Before I got here, still none of your business. Fair point. His mouth curves into a grin that makes me wish it was no longer his business, though. Or that it was his business. Blah, words. I turn around before I do something utterly foolish, like make it his business. We continue into commons, walking past the empty study tables and the entrance to the library. It's nothing as awe-inspiring as the Scribe's Archives, but it has every tome I need for studying here. Are you ready for today? Dane asks as we near the gathering hall. For the challenges to start this afternoon? My stomach knots. I'll be alright, I assure him, but he moves in front of me, halting my steps. I know you've been practicing with Rhiannon, but worry lines his forehead. I've got it, I promise, looking into his eyes as he knows I mean it. You don't have to worry about me. Last night, Orin Sefter's name was posted next to mine, right where Brennan said it would be. He's a tall blonde in first wing with tolerable knife skills, but one hell of a punch. I always worry about you. Dane's hands curl into fists. Don't. I shake my head. I can handle myself. I just don't want to see you get hurt again. My ribs squeeze my heart like a vice. Then don't watch. I take his calloused hand in mine. You can't save me from this, Dane. I'm going to be challenged once a week, just like every other cadet. And it's not going to stop there. You can't protect me from Threshing, or the Gauntlet, or Jack Barlow. You need to lay low with that one, Dane grimaces. Avoid that pompous ass whenever you can, Vi. Don't give him an excuse to come after you. He's already responsible for too many names on the death roll. And the dragons are going to love him. They always go for the vicious ones. Dane squeezes my hand gently. Just steer clear of him. I blink. The advice is so different from Zayden's throw a few daggers at his head approach. Zayden, the knot of guilt that's been lodged in my stomach since last week grows a fraction bigger. By code, I should tell Dane about seeing marked ones under the oak tree, but I won't. Not because I told Zayden that I wouldn't, but because keeping the secret feels like the right thing to do. I've never kept a secret from Dane in my life. Violet, did you hear me? Dane asks, lifting a hand to cradle my face. Jerking my gaze to his, I nod and repeat. Steer clear of Barlow. He drops his hand and shoves it into a pocket of his pants. Hopefully he'll forget all about his little vendetta against you. Do most men forget when a woman holds a knife to their balls? I cock an eyebrow at him. No, he sighs. You know, it's not too late to sneak you down to the Scribes. Fitzgibbons will take you. The bells ring, marking 5:15, and saving me from another session of Dane begging me to run away to the Scribes' quadrant. I'll be all right. I'll see you at formation. I give his hand a squeeze, then walk away, leaving him as I make my way to the kitchen. I'm always the first here, and today is no exception. I pocket the vial of dried powdered fawnally berries from my satchel and get started as the other workers come in, sleepy-eyed and grumbly. The powder is nearly white, nearly invisible, as I take my place in the serving line an hour later, and completely undetectable as I sprinkle it over Orin Sifter's scrambled eggs when he approaches. Yes, let me reposition my seal. Whoop. Keep the temperaments of each specific breed in mind when you decide which dragon to approach and which to run from at threshing, Professor Koiy says, his serious dark eyes slashing toward his nose as he studies the new recruits for a beat. Then he changes the projection he's conjured from a green dagger tail to a red scorpion tail. He's an illusionist, and the only professor in the quadrant with the signet ability to project what he sees in his mind, which makes this class one of my favorites. He's also the reason I knew exactly what Orin Seifert looked like. Bleh. Do I feel guilty about blatantly misleading a professor about why I needed to find another cadet? No. Do I think it's cheating? Also no. I was doing exactly what Mira suggested and using my brain. The red scorpion tail in the center of our circled tables is a fraction of its actual size, 6 feet tall at most. But it's an exact replica of the actual fire breather waiting in the veil for threshing. Red scorpion tails, like Garen here, are the quickest to temper. Professor Koiy continues. His perfectly trimmed mustache curving as he smiles at the illusion like he's the dragon himself. We all take notes. So, if you offend him, you're lunch, Riddick says from my left, and the class laughs. Even Jack Barlow, who hasn't quit glaring at me since his squad took over their quarter of the room a half an hour ago, snorts. Precisely, Professor Koiy responds. So, what's the best way to approach a red scorpion tail? He glances around the room. I know the answer, but I keep my hand to myself, heeding Dane's advice to lay low. You don't, Rhiannon mutters next to me, and I huff a laugh under my breath. They prefer that you approach from the left and from the front, if possible, a woman from one of the other squads answers. Excellent, Professor Koiy nods. For this threshing, there are 3 red scorpion tails willing to bond. The image changes in front of us to a different dragon. How many dragons are there in total? Rhiannon asks. 100 for this year, Professor Koiy answers, changing the image again. But some might change their minds during presentation in about 2 months, depending on what they see. Whew. My stomach hits the floor. That's 37 fewer than last year. Maybe even fewer if they don't like the look of us after we have to parade by them for their perusal 2 days before threshing. Then again, there's usually fewer cadets after that particular event anyway. Professor Koi's dark eyebrows rise. Yes, Cadet Soaringale, it is. And 26 fewer than the year before that. Fewer dragons are choosing to bond, but the number of riders entering the quadrant has remained steady. My mind whirls. Attacks at the eastern borders are increasing, according to every battle brief, and yet there are fewer dragons willing to bond in order to defend Navarre. Will they tell you why they won't bond? Another first year asks. No, jackass, Jack scoffs, his icy blue gaze narrowing on the cadet. Dragons only talk to their bonded riders, just like they only give their full name to their bonded rider. You should know that by now. Professor Koiy sends Jack a look that shuts the first year's mouth, but doesn't stop him from sneering at the other cadet. They don't share their reasons, our instructor says, and anyone who respects their life won't ask a question they're not willing to answer. Do the numbers affect the wards? Ariel asks from where she sits behind me, tapping her quill against the edge of her desk. She's never happy sitting still. Professor Koi's jaw ticks twice. We're not sure. The number of bonded dragons has never affected the integrity of Navarre's wards before. But I'm not about to lie to you and say we're not seeing increased breaches, but you know from Battle Brief that we are. The words are faltering at a rate that makes my stomach tense every time Professor De Vera starts our daily battle brief. Either we're weakening or our enemies are getting stronger. Both possibilities mean the cadets in this room are needed more than ever. Even me. The image changes to Sigil, the navy blue dragon bonded to Xaden. My stomach pitches as I remember the way she looked right through me the first day. You don't have to worry about how to approach blue dragons, since there are none willing to bond this threshing. But you should be able to recognize Sigil if you see her, Professor Koiy says. So you can fucking run, Riddick drawls. I nod along while others laugh. She's a blue daggertail, the rarest of the blues, and yes, if you see her without her bonded rider, you should definitely find somewhere else to be. Ruthless does not begin to describe her, nor does she abide by what we assume to be what the dragons consider law. She even bonded the relative of one of her previous riders, which you all know is typically forbidden, but Sigil does whatever she wants, whenever she wants. In fact, if you see any of the blues, don't approach them. Just run, Riddick repeats, raking his hand through his floppy brown hair. Run, Professor Koiy agrees with a smile, the mustache above his top lip quivering slightly. There are a handful of other blues in active service, but you'll find them all along the Espen Mountains in the east, where the fighting is most intense. They're all intimidating, but Sigil is the most powerful of them all. My breath catches. No wonder Xaden can wield shadows. Shadows that can yank daggers out of the trees, shadows that can probably throw those same daggers, and yet he let me live. I shove the kernel of warmth that thought gives me far, far away. Probably just to screw with you, a monster playing with his prey before pouncing. What about the black dragon? The first year next to Jack asks. There's one here, right? Jack's face lights up. I want that one! Not that it's going to matter. Professor Koiy flicks his wrist and Sigil disappears and a massive black dragon takes her place. Even the illusion is bigger, making me crane my neck slightly to see its head. But just to appease your curiosity, since this is the only time you'll ever see him, here is the only other black dragon besides General Melgren's. He's huge, Rhiannon says. And is that a club tail? No, a Morningstar tail. He has the same bludgeoning power of a club tail, but those spikes will eviscerate a person just as well as a dagger tail. Best of both worlds, Jack calls out. He looks like a killing machine. He is, Professor Koiy answers. And honestly, I haven't seen him in the last 5 years, so this image is more than a little outdated. But since we have him up here, what can you tell me about black dragons? They're the smartest and most discerning, Ariel calls out. They're the rarest, I add in. There hasn't been one born in the last century. Correct. Professor Koiy spins the illusion again, and I'm met with a pair of glaring yellow eyes. They're also the most cunning. There's no such thing as outsmarting a black dragon. This one is a little over 100, which makes him about middle-aged. He's revered as a battle dragon amongst their kind, and if not for him, we probably would have lost during the Tyrus Rebellion. Add to it that he's a Morning Star tail, and he's one of the deadliest dragons in Navarre. I bet he powers one hell of a signet. How do you approach him? Jack asks, leaning forward in his seat. There's a pure avarice in his eyes, mirrored by his friend next to him. That's the thing this kingdom needs. Someone as cruel as Jack bonding to a black dragon. No, thank you. You don't, Professor Koiy asks. He hasn't agreed to bond since his previous and only rider was killed during the uprising, and the only way you'd ever be near him is if you're in the Vale. Which you won't be, because you'd be incinerated before you ever got through the gorge. The pale redhead across the circle from me shifts into her seat and tugs her sleeve down to cover her rebellion relic. Someone should ask him again, Jack urges. It doesn't work that way, Barlow. Now, there is only one other black dragon, which is in service. General Melgren's, Sawyer says. His book is closed in front of him, but I can't blame him. I'd hardly be taking notes either. If this was the second time I'd gone through this class... Coda, right? Yes. Professor Koiy nods, the elder of their den and a sword tail. But, just for curiosity's sake, Jack's glacial blue gaze doesn't stray from the illusion of the unbonded black dragon still being projected. What signet ability would this guy gift his rider? Professor Koiy closes his fist, and the illusion disappears. There's no telling. Signets are the result of the unique chemistry between rider and dragon, and usually say more about the rider than the dragon. The stronger the bond, and the more powerful the dragon, the stronger the signet. Fine. What was his previous rider's? Jack asks. Naolin's signet was siphoning. Professor Koiy's shoulders fell. He could absorb power from various sources, other dragons, other riders, and then use it or redistribute it. Badass, Riddick's tone has more than a little hero worship. He was, Professor Koiy agrees. What kills someone with that kind of signet? Jack asks, crossing his arms over his thick chest. Professor Koiy glances at me for a heartbeat before looking away. He attempted to use that power to revive a fallen rider, which didn't work because there's no signet capable of resurrection, and depleted himself in the process. To use a phrase you'll become accustomed to after threshing, he burnt out and died next to the rider. Something in my chest shifts, a feeling that I can't explain and yet can't shake. The bells ring, signaling the hour is up, and we all begin to gather our things. The squads filter out to the hallway, emptying the room, and I rise from behind my desk, shouldering my satchel as Rhiannon waits for me by the door, a puzzled expression on her face. It was Brennan, wasn't it? I asked Professor Koiy. Sadness fills his gaze as he meets mine. Yes, he died trying to save your brother, but Brennan was too far gone. Why would he do that? I shift the weight of my satchel. Resurrecting isn't possible. Why would he essentially kill himself when Brennan was already gone? A stampede of grief tramples my heart, stealing my breath. Brennan never would have wanted anyone to die for him. That wasn't in his nature. Professor Koiy sits back against his desk, pulling at the short, dark hairs of his mustache, and he stares at me. Being a Sorrengael doesn't do you any favors in here, does it? I shake my head. There are more than a few cadets who would like to take me, at least my last name, down a peg. He nods. It won't be like that once you leave. After graduation, you'll find that being General Sorrengail's daughter means others will do just about anything to keep you alive, even pleased. Not because they love your mother, but because they either fear her or want her favor. Which was Naolin? A little bit of both. And sometimes it's harder for a rider with a signet that powerful to accept his limits. After all, bonding makes you a rider, but resurrecting someone from the dead? Now that makes you a god. I somehow don't think that Malik takes kindly to a mortal treading on his territory. Thank you for answering. I turn and start towards the door. Violet, Professor Koiy calls out, and I pivot to look back. I taught both your siblings. A signet like mine is too useful here in the classroom to let me deploy with a wing for long. Brennan was a spectacular writer and a good man. Mira is shrewd and gifted in the seat when it comes to writing. I nod. But you're smarter than both of them. I blink. It's not often I get compared to my brother and sister and somehow come out on top. From what I've seen of you helping your friends study in commons every night, it seems you might be more compassionate too. Don't forget that. Thank you, but being smart and compassionate isn't going to help me when it comes to threshing. A self-deprecated laugh escapes. You know more about dragons than anyone else in the quadrant. Probably anyone else on the continent. They chose strength and shrewdness. They choose for reasons they don't see fit to share with us. He pushes off his desk. And not all strength is physical, Violet. I nod, because I can't find any appropriate words for his well-intentioned flattery, and head over to meet Rhiannon at the door. The only thing I know for certain right now is that compassion isn't going to help me out on the mat after lunch. Oh, sorry, I gotta stretch my back here. I'm so nervous, I could puke. Sorry. Oh, let me take a quick little drink here. Oh my goodness, sorry. Alright. Sorry, let's continue. I'm so nervous, I could puke, as I stand at the side of the wide black mat, watching Rhiannon beat the ever-loving shit out of her opponent. It's a guy from Second Wing, and it takes almost no time for her to get him into a headlock, cutting off his air supply. It's a move she's tried her best to drill into me over the last couple of weeks. She makes it look so easy, I say to Dane, as he stands at my side, his elbow brushing me. He's going to try to kill you. What? I glance up from then follow his line to sight 2 mats over. Dane's glaring daggers at Xaden across the mat, a look of sheer boredom on his face, as Rhiannon squeezes the neck of the second wing first year tighter. Your opponent? Dane says softly. I overheard him and a few friends. They think you're a liability to the wing, thanks to that Barlow kid. His gaze softens to Orin, who's sizing me up like a damned plaything he's planning on breaking. But there's a greenish twinge to his complexion that makes me grin. I'm going to be fine, I recite, because that's my fucking mantra. I strip down to the dragon scale vest that's starting to feel like a second skin, and my fighting leathers. All 4 of my daggers are sheathed, and if my plan goes correctly, I'll have 1 more to add to my collection soon. The second wing first year passes out, and Rhiannon rises victorious as we clap. Then she leans over her opponent and removes the dagger at his side. Looks like this is mine now. Enjoy your nap. She pats him on the head, which makes me laugh. Not sure why you're laughing, Sorrengail, a sneering voice calls out from behind me. I turn around and see Jack standing with his feet apart against the wood-planked wall about 10 feet away, wearing a smile that can only be described as evil. Fuck off, Barlow. I gift him the middle finger. I honestly hope you win today's challenge. His eyes dance with a sadistic glee that makes me queasy. It would be a shame for someone else to kill you before I got the chance. But I wouldn't be surprised. Violets are such delicate, fragile things, you know. Delicate my ass. He'd probably think twice about plotting your murder if you threw a few daggers at his head. I unsheath both daggers from my ribs and flick them in his direction in one smooth movement. They land right where I intended, one nearly nicking his ear and the other an inch beneath his balls. Fear widens his eyes. I shamelessly grin and wiggle my fingers in a wave. Violet, Dane hisses as Jack maneuvers around my blades, stepping away from the wall. You'll pay for that, Jack points at me and stalks off, but the rise and fall of his shoulders is a little choppy. I watch his back retreat, then retrieve my daggers, sheathing them at my ribs before returning to Dane's side. What the hell was that? He seethes. I told you to lay low when it comes to him, and he shakes his head at me. You just pissed him off even more. Laying low wasn't getting me anywhere, I say with a shrug as Rhiannon's opponent is carried off the mat. He needs to realize I'm not a liability, and I'll be harder to kill than he thinks. There's no ignoring the prickle at my scalp, and I let my gaze shift to meet Xaden's. My heart does that damn stuttering thing again, as if he'd sent shadows straight through my ribs to squeeze the organ. He lifts his scarred brow, and I swear there's a hint of a smile on his lips as he leaves, walking over to observe the Fourth Wing cadets on the next mat. Badass, Rhiannon says as she moves to my other side. I thought Jack was going to shit himself. I smother a smile. Stop encouraging her, Dane chastises. Sorengale, Professor Emeterio glances at his notebook and raises one bushy black brow before continuing. Seafrit. Swallowing back the panic that threatens to creep up my throat, I step onto the mat opposite Orin, who's definitely looking green now. Right on time. I've prepared the best I can, wrapping my ankles and my knees just in case he goes for the legs. Don't take this personally, he says as we start to circle, both our hands raised. But you'll only be a hazard to your wing. He charges at me, but his footwork is sluggish and I spin away, landing a punch in his kidney before bouncing back on my heels and palming a dagger. I'm no more a hazard than you are, I accuse. His chest heaves once and sweat dots his forehead, but he shakes it off, blinking rapidly as he reaches for his own knife. My sister is a healer. I've heard your bones snap like twigs. Why don't you come and find out? I force a smile and wait for him to charge again, because that's what he does. I've had 3 sessions to watch him from a few mats over. He's a bull, all power and no grace. His entire body rolls like he's going to vomit, and he covers his mouth with his empty hand, breathing deeply before standing straight again. I should attack, but instead I wait. And then he charges, his blade held high in a striking position. My heart pounds as I wait the torturous heartbeats it takes for him to reach me, my brain somehow convincing my body to hold my ground until the last possible second. He swings his knife downward, and I dodge to the left, nicking his side with my blade in the process, then turn and deliver a kick to his back, sending him sprawling. Now, he falls to the mat, and I take immediate advantage, digging a knee into his spine, just like Imogen had with me, and putting my blade to his throat. Yield! Who needs strength when you have speed and steel? No! He shouts, but his body undulates under mine, and he retches, bringing up everything he'd ever eaten since breakfast and splattering it across the mat to the side of us. So fucking gross. Oh my gods, Rhiannon calls out, disgust dripping from her tone. Yield, I demand again. But he's heaving in earnest now, and I have to pull my knife away so I don't accidentally slit his throat. He yields, Professor Emeterio declares, his face contorted in revulsion. Bleh. I sheathe my blade and climb off him, dodging the puddles of sick. Then I take the dagger and drop a few feet back as he continues to vomit. The knife is heavier and longer than my others, but it's mine now, and I earned it. I sheath it in an empty place at my left thigh. You won, Rhiannon says, clasping me in a hug as I walk off the mat. He's sick, I say with a shrug. I'll take being lucky over being good any day, Rhiannon counters. I have to find someone to get this cleaned up, Stain says, his own complexion turning peaked. I won. Timing is the hardest thing about my plan. I win the next week when a stocky girl from First Wing can't concentrate long enough to throw a decent punch thanks to a few lanerol mushrooms and their hallucinogenic properties that somehow wind up in her lunch. She gets in a good kick into my knee, but it's nothing. A few days and a wrap won't heal. I win the week after that when a tall guy from Third Wing stumbles because his large feet temporarily lose all feeling, courtesy of the zinnin root that grows on one outcropping near the ravine. My timing is off a little, though, and he lands a few good punches to my face, leaving me with a split lip and a bruise that colors my cheek and for the next 11 days. But at least he doesn't break my jaw. I win again the next week when a buxom cadet's vision turns blurry mid-match on accident of the Tarsilla leaves that found their way in her tea. She's fast, tossing me to the mat and delivering some overwhelming painful kicks to my abdomen that leave coloring contusions and one distinct boot print on my ribs. I almost broke down and went to see Nolan after that one, but I gritted my teeth and wrapped my ribs, determined not to give the others a reason to weed me out like Jack or any marked ones wanted. I earned my 5th dagger. This one was a pretty ruby with a pretty ruby in the hilt. The last challenge in August when I take a particularly sweaty guy with a gap between his front teeth to the mat. The bark of the carmine tree that finds its way into his water skin makes him sluggish and ill. The effects are a little too similar to the Fonnelly berries, but it's just a shame that the entire 3rd Squad claw section of 3rd Wing is suffering the same stomach upset. Must be something viral. At least, that's what I say when he finally yields to my headlock after dislocating my thumb and nearly breaking my nose. Come early September, there's a spring in my step as I walk onto the mat. I've taken down 5 opponents without killing any of them. Something a quarter of our year can't say after almost 20 more names have been added to the death roll the last month for the first years alone. I roll my sore shoulder and wait for my opponent. But Koiy from Third Wing doesn't step forward this week. Like she's supposed to. Sorry, Violet, Professor Emeterio says, scratching his short black beard. You were supposed to challenge Rayma, but she's been taken to the healers because she can't seem to walk in a straight line. Peels of the walwyn fruit will do that when ingested raw. Say, like, when they're mixed into the icing of your morning pastry. That's shit. Too bad. I wince. You served it to her too early. I start already backing up to get off the mat. I'm happy to step in. That voice, that tone, that prickle of ice along my scalp. Oh no, hell no, 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 no. You sure? Professor Emiterio asks, glancing over his shoulder. Absolutely. My stomach hits the floor, and Zayden walks onto the mat. Alrighty. That is the end of chapter 8. Alright. I will come back in a little bit, and we will read chapter 9, the first part of chapter 9, which is in Violet's point of view. And I'll see you guys in a bit. weirdly enough, that was perfectly timed. Sorry, that break took a little longer than planned. But we will do... starting chapter 9 now. Alright. I'm so completely screwed. Zayden steps forward, all 6 foot everything of him, dressed in midnight fighting leathers and a tight-fitted short-sleeved t-shirt that only seemed to make the shimmering dark rebellion relics on his skin seem like an even bigger warning. Which I know is ridiculous, but somehow true. My heartbeat kicks up to a full gallop, as if my body knows the truth my mind hasn't accepted yet. I'm about to have my ass kicked, or worse. You are all in for a treat, Professor Emeritario says, clapping his hands. Zayden's one of the best fighters we have. Watch and learn. Of course you are, I muttered, my stomach twisting like I'm the one who's been snacking on, Walwyn fruit peels. A corner of Zayden's mouth rises in a smirk, and the gold flecks in his eyes seem to dance. The sadistic ass is enjoying this. Sorry, I'm moving myself a little bit. My knees, ankles, and wrists are wrapped. The white cloth protecting my healing thumb, a startling contrast against my black leathers. A little out of her league, don't you think? Dane argues from the side of the mat, tension radiating from every word. Relax, Atos. Zayden looks over my shoulder, his gaze hardening toward where I know Dane is standing. Where he always stands when I'm on the mat. The look Zayden gives him makes me realize he's been taking it easy on me in the glaring department. She'll be in one piece when I'm finished teaching her. I hardly think it's fair, Dane's voice rises. No one asked you to think, squad leader, Zayden fires back as he moves to the side, discarding every weapon on his body, and there's a lot of them, and handing them to Imogen. The bitter, illogical taste of jealousy fills my mouth. But there's no time to examine that particular oddity, not when there's only seconds before he's in front of me again. You don't think you'll need those? I ask, palming my own blades. His chest is massive, with wide shoulders and heavy muscled arms alongside. A target this big should be easy to hit. Nope, not when you brought enough for the both of us. A wicked smile curves his mouth as he stretches out his hands and curls his fingers in a come-hither motion. Let's go. My heart beats faster than the wings of a hummingbird as I take a fighting stance and wait for him to strike. This mat is only 20 feet in either direction, and yet my entire world narrows to its confines and the daggers within. He's not in my squad. He's not in my squad. He can kill me without punishment. I fling a dagger right at his ridiculously well-sculpted chest. He fucking catches it and clucks his tongue. Already seen that move. Holy shit, is he fast. I have to be faster. It's a single advantage I have. It's my only thought as I move forward in a swipe and kick combo Rhiannon's drilled into me over the past 6 weeks. He artfully dodges my blade and then captures my leg. The earth spins and I slam onto my back, then sudden impact driving the air from my lungs. But he doesn't go for the kill. Instead, he drops the dagger he's caught and kicks it off the mat. And a second later, when air squeaks into my lungs, I lunge up with the next blade, going for his thigh. He blocks my strike with his forearm, then grips my wrist with his opposite hand and plucks the knife out of my hand, leaning down so his face is only inches from mine. Going for blood today, are we, Violence? He whispers, Metal hits the mat again, and he kicks it past my head and out of reach. He's not taking my daggers to use against me. He's disarming me just to prove that he can. My blood boils. My name is Violet. I seethe. I think my version fits you better. He releases my wrist and stands offering me a hand. We're not done yet. My chest heaves, still recovering from the way he's knocked the wind out of me, and I take the offering. He tugs me to my feet, then twists my arm behind my back and yanks me against his hard chest, pinning our joined hands before I have a chance to get my balance. Damn it, I snap. There's a tug at my thigh, and another of my daggers is pressed to my throat as his chest rests against the back of my head. His forearm is locked across my ribs, and he might as well be a statue for all the give there is to his frame. There's no use slamming my head back. He's so tall that I'd only annoy him. Don't trust a single person who faces you on this mat, he warns in a hiss, his breath warm against the shell of my ear. And even though we're surrounded by people, I realize he's quiet for a reason. This lesson is just for me. Even someone who owes me a favor, I counter, my voice just as low. My shoulder starts to protest at the unnatural angle, but I don't move. I won't give him the satisfaction. He drops the third dagger he's taken from me and kicks it forward, to where Dane stands, the other two already in his hand. There's murder in his eyes as he glares at Xaden. I'm the one who decides when to grant that favor, not you. Xaden releases my hand and steps back. I whirl, punching for his throat, and he knocks my hand aside. Good, he says with a smile, deflecting my next blow without so much as a hitch to his breath. Going for the throat is your best option, as long as it's exposed. Fury makes me kick out again in the same pattern, muscle memory taking over, and he captures that leg again, this time snatching the dagger sheath there and dropping it to the mat before he lets me go, cocking a disappointed eyebrow at me. I expect you to learn from your mistakes. He kicks it away. I only have 5 left, all sheathed at my ribs. Gripping one and pulling my hands up defensively, I begin to circle him, and to my absolute annoyance, he doesn't even bother facing me. He just stands there in the center of the mat, his boots planted as his arms loose as I move around him. You're going to prance, or are you going to strike? Fuck him. I punch forward, but he dips and my knife sails over his shoulder, missing him by 6 inches. My stomach drops as he grips my arm, yanking me forward and flipping me around the side of his body. I'm airborne for a heartbeat before I smack into the mat, my ribs taking the impact. He cranks my arm into a submission hold, and white-hot pain shoots down the limb as I cry out, dropping the dagger. But he's not done. No, his knee is in my ribs, and though he holds my arms captive with one hand, the other plucks a dagger from its sheath and flings it towards Dane's feet, before taking another and holding it to the tender area where my jaw meets my neck. Then he leans closer. Taking out your enemy before the battle is really smart. I'll give that to you, he whispers, his warm breath brushing the shell of my ear. Oh gods. He knows what I've been doing. The pain in my arm is nothing compared to the nausea churning in my stomach at the thought of what he might do with that knowledge. Problem is, if you aren't testing yourself in here, he scrapes the dagger down my neck, but there's no warm trickle of blood, so I know he hasn't cut me. Then you're not going to get any better. You'd rather I die, no doubt, I fire back, the side of my face pressed into the mat, as this isn't just painful, it's humiliating. And be denied the pleasure of your company, he mocks. I fucking hate you. The words are past my lips before I can shut my mouth. That doesn't make you special. The pressure releases from my chest and arm as he gets to his feet, kicking both daggers towards Dane. 2 more. I only have 2 more, and now my indignation and anger far outweigh my fear. Ignoring Zayden's outreached hand, I gain my feet, and his lips curve into an approving smile. She can be taught. She's a quick learner, I retort. That remains to be seen. He backs up 2 steps, putting a little space between us before crooking his fingers at me again. You've made your damn point, I snap, loud enough that I hear Imogen gasp. Trust me, I've barely gotten started. He folds his arms and leans back on his heels, clearly waiting for me to move. I don't think, I just act, going low and kicking out the backs of his knees. He's going down like a tree, the sound more than satisfying, and I pounce, trying for a headlock. Doesn't matter how big someone is, they still need air. Catching his throat in the crook of my elbow, I squeeze. Instead of going for my arms, he twists, grabbing a hold of the backs of my thighs so I lose my leverage and our bodies careen into a roll. He comes out on top. Of course he does. His forearm rests against my throat, cutting off air, but definitely capable of it. And his hips have mine pinned, my legs useless on either side of his, as he lies heavily between my thighs. He's unmovable. Sorry. Everything around us fades as my world narrows to the arrogant glint in his eyes. He's all I can see, all I can feel, and I can't let him win. I slip one of my last daggers free and go for his shoulder. He seizes my wrist and pins it above my head. Shit, shit, shit! He rushes up my neck and flames lick my cheeks as he lowers his face so his lips are only inches away from mine. I can make out every speck of gold in his onyx eyes, every bump and ridge of his scar. Beautiful fucking asshole. My breath catches and my body warms. The traitorous bitch. You are not attracted to toxic men, I remind myself, and yet here I am, getting all attracted. I have been since the first second I saw him, and I feel like being honest. He pushes his fingers into my fist, forcing it open, then sends the blade skittering across the mat before letting go of my wrist. Get your dagger, he orders. What? My eyes fly wide. He has me defenseless in this kill position already. Get your dagger, he repeats, taking my hand in his and retrieving the last blade I have. His fingers curl over mine, clasping the hilt. Fire races along my skin at the feel of his fingers lacing with mine. Toxic, dangerous, wants to kill you. Nope, that doesn't matter. My pulse still skitters like a teenager. You're tiny, he says it like an insult. Well aware, my eyes narrow. So stop going for bigger moves that expose you. He drags the tip of the dagger down his side. A rib shot would have worked just fine. Then he guides our hands around his back, making himself vulnerable. Kidneys are a good fit from this angle, too. I swallow, refusing to think of other things that are a good fit at this angle. He leads our hands to his waist, his gaze never leaving mine. Chances are, if your opponent is in armor, it's weak there, or it's weak here. Those are 3 easy places you could have struck before your opponent would have had time to stop you. There's also fatal wounds, and I've avoided those at all costs. Do you hear me? I nod. Good, because you can't poison every enemy you come across, he whispers, and I blanch. You're not going to have time to offer tea to some bravey griffin rider when they come at you. How did you know? I finally ask, my muscles lock, including my thighs, which just happen to still be bracketing his hips. His eyes darken. Oh, Violence, you're good. But I've known better poison masters. The trick is to not make it quite so obvious. My lips part and I bite back a retort that was carefully not to be obvious. I think she's been taught enough for the day, Dane barks, reminding me that we're far from alone. No, we're a damn spectacle. He always that overprotective? Zayden grumbles, pressing up from the mat a few inches. He cares about me. I glare at him. He's holding you back. Don't worry, your little poisoning secret is safe with me. Zayden arches a brow as if to remind me that I'm the keeper of one of his secrets, too. Then he guides our hands back to my ribs and slides the ruby-hilted blade back into its sheath. The move is unnervingly hot. You're not going to disarm me, I challenge as he releases his grip and pushes up more, removing his weight from my body. My ribs expand as I take my first full breath. Nope, defenseless women have never been my type. We're done for today. He stands, then walks away without another word, taking his weapons from Imogen as I roll to my knees. Every part of my body aches. But I manage to stand. There's a pure relief in Dane's eyes when I reach his side to retrieve the dagger Zayden took from me. You all right? I nod, my fingers trembling as I rearm myself. He's had every chance and every reason to kill me, and now he's let me walk away twice. What kind of game is he playing? Atos, Zayden calls out from across the mat. Dane's head snaps up and his jaw locks. She could use a little less protection and a little more instruction. Zayden stares Dane down until he nods. Professor Emeterio calls the next challenge. Oh god, my back. I think next break I'm gonna grab a chair, or my pillow. My fucking back hurts. I'm just surprised he let you live, Dane says later that night in his room as his thumbs dig into the muscle between my neck and shoulder. It hurts so deliciously. It was well worth the pain of sneaking up here. I hardly think he'd command respect by snapping my neck on the mat. His blankets are soft against my belly and chest as I lay on his bed, bare from the waist up, except for the constricting band around my breasts and ribs. Besides, that's not his way. Dane's hands pause on my skin, because you know what his way is. The guilt of keeping Zayden's secret makes my stomach drop. He told me he didn't see a reason to kill me himself when the parapet would do it, I answer truthfully. And let's face it, he's had plenty of chances to take me out if he really wanted to. Dane hums in that thoughtful tone of his, continuing to work out my stiff and aching muscles as he leans over from one side of his bed. Rhiannon drilled me for another 2 hours after dinner, and I was barely able to move by the end of it. Yes, I wasn't the only one Zayden scared this afternoon. Do you think that he could be plotting against Navarre and still have bonded Thagail? I ask, my cheek against his blanket. I did at first. His hands moved down my spine, pressing into the knots that made lifting my arms almost impossible that last half hour of training tonight. But then I bonded Kath, and I realized that dragons would do anything to protect the Vale and their sacred hatching grounds. There's no way any dragon would have bonded Ryerson or any of the Separatists if they weren't honest about protecting Navarre. But would a dragon even know if you were lying? I turn my head so I can see his face. Yeah, he grins. Kath would know because he's in my head. It's impossible to hide something like that from your dragon. Is he always in your head? I know it's against the rules to ask almost everything about bonds are off limits for discussion. Even how secretive dragons are, but it's Dane. Yeah, he answers, his smile softening. I can block him out if I need to, but they'll teach you that after threshing. His expression falls. What is it? I sit up. sliding one of his pillows across my chest and leaning back against the headboard. I talked to Colonel Markham this evening. He walks over and pulls his chair out from his desk and takes a seat. Then rests his head in his hands. Did something happen? Fear races down my spine. Is it Mira's wing? No. Dane's head snaps up. But there's so much misery in his eyes that I swing my feet off the bed. It's nothing like that. I told him that I think Ryerson wants to kill you. I blink, sitting fully back onto the bed. Oh, well, that's not really news, is it? Everyone who's read a history of rebellion can put 2 and 2 together, Dane. Yeah, well, I told him about Barlow, too, and Seifert. He rubs his hands over his hair. Don't think I didn't notice the way Seifert shoved you into the wall before formation this morning. He lifts his brows at me. He's just pissed that I took his dagger at the first challenge. I squeezed the pillow tighter. And Rhiannon told me you found crushed flowers on your bed last week. He stares me down. I shrug. They were just dead flowers. They were mutilated violets. His mouth tightens, and I go to him, resting my hands on his head. It's not like they came with a death note or anything, I tease, stroking his soft brown hair. He looks up at me, the mage lights making his eyes a little brighter above his trim beard. They're threats, I shrug. Every cadet gets threatened. Every cadet doesn't have to wrap their knees every day, he fires back. The injured ones do. My brows furrow, annoyance taking root into my chest. Why would you tell Markham about it anyway? He's a scribe, and there's nothing he would do even if he could. He said he'd still take you. Dean blurts, his hands flying to my hips, holding me in place when I try to step away. I asked him if he'd allow you to the scribe quadrant for your own safety, and he said yes. They'd put you with the first years. It's not like you'd have to wait until next conscription day or anything. You what? I twist, breaking my hold and back away from my best friend. I saw a way to get you out of danger, and I took it. He stands. You went behind my back because you think I'm not cutting it? The truth of the words tightened around my chest like a vice, cutting off my air instead of holding me together, leaving me weak and breathless. Dane knows me better than anyone. And if he still thinks I can't do this after I've made it this far... Let me get take a drink. Sorry. Tears well in my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. Instead, I tuck my chin and I grab my dragon-scaled vest, pull it over my head, then wrench those laces together at the small of my back and tie them. Dane sighs. I never said I don't think you can cut it, Violet. You say it every day, I snap. You say it when you walk me from formation to class, which I know makes you late for flight line. You say it when you yell at your wing leader when he takes me to the mat. He had no right to. He's my wing leader. I shrug my tunic over my head. He has the right to do whatever he wants, including execute me. And that's why you need to get the hell out of here. Dane laces his fingers behind his neck and begins to pace. I've been watching, Vi. He's just toying with you, like a cat plays with a mouse before the kill. I've held my own so far. My satchel is heavy with books as I settle it over my shoulder. I've won every challenge. Except today, when he wiped the floor with you time and again. He grasped my shoulders. Or did you miss the part where he took every weapon so you knew exactly how easy it is to defeat you? I raise my chin and glare at him. I was there, and I've survived almost 2 months in this place, which is more than I can say for a fourth of my year. Do you know what happens at threshing? He asks, his tone dropping. Are you calling me ignorant? Rage bubbles in my veins. It's not just about bonding, he continues. They throw every first year into the training grounds, the ones you've never been to, and then the second and third years are supposed to watch as you decide which dragons to approach and which to run from. I know how it works, my jaw clenches. Yeah, well, while the riders are watching, the first years are taking out their vendettas and eliminating any liability to the wing. I am not a damned liability. My chest tightens, because deep down, I know on the physical level that I am. Not to me, he whispers, a hand rising to cradle my cheek. But they don't know you the way I do, Vi. And while the first years, like Barlow and Seafrit, are hunting you, we'll have to watch. I'll have to watch, Violet. The break in his voice takes the anger right out of me. We are not allowed to help you, to save you. Dane. And when they gather the bodies for the roll, no one's going to document how that cadet died. You're just as likely to fall under Barlow's knife as a dragon's talon. I breathe through the jolt of fear. Markham says that he'll put you through the first year without telling your mother, but the time she finds out, you'll already be inducted as a scribe. There's nothing she can do after that. He lifts his other hand, so he's holding my face between both palms, tipping it up towards his. Please, if you won't do it for yourself, then do it for me. My heart stutters, and I sway, his reasoning tugging me toward exactly what he's suggesting. But you've made it this far, a part of me whispers. I can't lose you, Violet, he whispers, resting his forehead against mine. I just can't. I squeeze my eyes shut. This is my way out, and yet I don't want to take it. Just promise me you'll think about it, he begs. We still have 4 weeks until threshing. Just think about it. The hope in his tone and the tender way he holds me cuts through my defenses. I'll think about it. Okay. That is the end of Chapter 9, Violet's Point of View. We will take a little break, and we will do the next part, the other Chapter 9. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Alright. Now, for chapter 9, this is Xaden's point of view. You don't think you'll need those? Sorengale asks, gripping two of her daggers and facing me on the mat, with an impressive lack of trembling. Hell, she looks more pissed than she does terrified, and I'm about to end her, even though I've handed my weapons to Imogen. This is reckless, Sigale lectures. Nope. Not when you brought enough for the both of us. My mouth quirks into a smile as I crook my fingers at her, then lock my shields firmly in place, since Atos hovers close by. The second year is good on the mat, even if he's a little too straight-laced to really be the best of in this place. Let's go. She takes a fighting stance, and I forgot the members of second squad surrounding the mat. Forget the mission I'm due to fly this weekend, focusing solely on her, Violet Sorengale, the 5'0" daughter of the general who's executed my father. I have every right to ruin her, according to the Codex. She might fall under my chain of command, but she's not in my squad. I could snap her neck, and no one in this room would interfere. But the 107 souls I'm responsible... I'm going to, not read that one. There's spoilers. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna wait and read the bonus chapters after. Yeah, alright. I'm sorry. Oh shit, that was loud. I'm sorry. Alright, so yeah, I am sorry for everybody who, was looking forward to reading me reading the bonus chapters. I'm gonna read the bonus chapters when I'm done with the book. There are 3 bonus chapters. Yeah. So I'm gonna start instead. We are going to read through. So ignore the past, 4 minutes. And we're gonna start with chapter 10. Alright. I look up and up and up, fear coiling in my stomach like a snake ready to strike. Well, that's... Rhiannon swallows, her head tilted just as far back as mine as we stare at the menacing obstacle course that's carved into the front of a ridgeline so steep it might as well be a cliff. The zigzagging death trap of a trail rises above us, climbing in 5 distinct switchbanks of 180-degree turns, each increasing in difficulty on the way to the top of the bluff that divides the citadel from the flight field and the vale. Amazing, Ariel sighs. Rhiannon and I turn, both staring at her like she must have hit her head. You think that hellscape looks amazing? Rhiannon asks. I've been waiting years for this. Ariel grins, her normally serious black eyes dancing in the morning sun as she rubs her hands together, shifting from one toned leg to the other in glee. My dad, he was a writer until he retired last year. Used to set up obstacle courses like this all the time so we could practice. And Chase, my brother, said it's the best part of being here before threshing. It's a real adrenaline rush. He's with the Southern Wing, right? I ask, focusing on the obstacle course running up the side of a fucking cliff. It looks more like a death trap than an adrenaline rush, but sure. We can go with that. Positive thinking for the win, right? Yep, pretty much desk duty for all the action they see near Crowland border. She shrugs and points about 2/3 of up the course. He said to watch out for those giant posts jutting from the side of the cliff. They spin and you can get crushed between them if you're not fast enough. Oh, good. I was wondering when it might get difficult, Rhiannon mutters. Thanks, Orly. I locate the series of nearly touching 3-foot wide logs that jut out from the rocky terrain, like a set of round steps rising from the ground to the switchback above it, and nod. Go fast. Got it. You could have included that tidbit, Brennan. The obstacle course is the embodiment of my worst nightmare. For the first time since Dane begged me to leave last week, I considered Markham's offer. There are no death courses in the Scribe Quadrant, that's for certain. But you've already made it this far. Ah, there she is, the little voice that's been riding my shoulder lately, daring to give me hope that I might actually survive presentation. Still not sure why they call it the Gauntlet, Riddick says, from my right, blowing into his cupped hands to ward off the morning chill. The sun has touched this little crevice, but it's shining above the last quarter of the course. To ensure dragons keep coming to threshing by weeding out the weaklings, Tynan sneers from Riddick's other side, folding his arms over his chest as he casts a pointed look at me. I shoot him a glare, and then shake it off. He's been pissy ever since Rhiannon handed his ass to him on the mat at an assessment. Knock it the fuck off, Riddick snaps, earning the entire squad's attention. My eyebrows lift. I've never seen Riddick lose his temper or use anything but humor to diffuse a situation before. What's your problem? Tynan shoves a strand of thick, dark hair from his eyes and pivots like he's going to stare some intimidation into Riddick. But it doesn't really work out, seeing as Riddick is twice as wide and half a foot taller. My problem? You think because you made friends with Barlow and Seafruit that you have the right to be a dick to your own squad mate? Riddick challenges. Exactly. Squad mate. Tynan gestures towards the obstacle course. Our times aren't just ranked individually, Riddick. We're scored as a squad too, which is how the order for presentation is decided. Do you really think any dragon wants to bond a cadet who walks in after every other squad in the processional? Fine, he has a point. It's a shitty one, but it's there. They're not timing us for presentation today, asshole. Riddick takes a step forward. Stop. Sawyer shuffles between the two, shoving Tynan's chest hard enough to make him stagger back into the girl behind him. Take it from someone who made it through presentation last year. Your time doesn't mean anything. The last cadet to walk in last year bonded just fine, and some of the cadets in the first squad onto the field were passed over. Little bitter about that, aren't you? Tynan smirks. Sawyer ignores the barb. Besides, it's not called the Gauntlet because it weeds out cadets. It's called the Gauntlet because this is the cliff that guards the Veil. Professor Emeterios says, walking up behind our squad, his shaved head glinting in the growing sunlight. Plus, actual gauntlets, armored gloves made of metal, are slippery as hell, and the name stuck about 20 years ago. He cocks a brow at Tynan and Sawyer. Are you two done arguing? Because all 9 of you have exactly an hour to get up to the top before it's another squad's chance to practice. And from what I've seen of your agility on the mat, you're going to need every second. There's a grumble of assent in our little group. As you know, hand-to-hand challenges are on hold for the next 2.5 weeks before presentation, so you can focus here. Professor Emeterio flips a page on the little notebook he carries. Sawyer, you're going to show them how it's done since you've already have the lay of the land. Then Prior, Trina, Tynan, Rhiannon, Riddick, Violet, Orly, and Luca. A smile curves the harsh line of his mouth, and he finishes calling out every name in our squad, and we file into order. You're the only squad to remain intact since Parapet. That's incredible. Your squad leader must be very proud. Wait here for a second. He walks past us, waving at someone high up on the cliff. No doubt that someone has a watch. Atos is especially proud of Sorengale. Tynan gifts me with a mocking sneer once our instructor is out of hearing range. I see red. Look, if you want to talk shit about me, that's one thing, but leave Dane out of this. Tynan, Sawyer warns, shaking his head. Like it doesn't bother any of you that our squad leader is fucking one of us? Tynan throws out his hands. I'm not... I start... indignation getting the best of me before I can take a deep breath. Honestly, it's none of your goddamn business who I'm sleeping with, Tynan. Though if I'm going to get accused, can't I have some of the perks? If I know Dane, he's hung up on the whole fraternization is discouraged within the chain of command thing like this asshole. But surely, Dane would actually make a move if he really wanted to, right? It is if it means you get prefer Nate. If you get special treatment, Luca adds in. For fuck's sake, Rhiannon mumbles, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Luca, Tynan, shut up. They're not sleeping together. They've been friends since they were kids. Or do you not know enough about our own leadership to know his dad is her mom's aide? Tynan's eyes... Oh, all of me. Let me reposition myself here. Tynan's eyes widen like he's actually surprised. Really? Really? I shake my head and study the course. Shit, I'm... Sorry, Barlow said, and that's your first mistake, Riddick interjects. Listening to that sadistic asshole is going to get you killed. And you're lucky Atos isn't here. True, Dane would more than take exception to Tynan's assumptions and probably assign him cleanup duty for a month. Good thing he's on the flight field this time of day. Zayden would just beat the shit out of him. I blink, shoving that comparison and any other thought of Zayden Ryerson far out of my head. Here we go. Professor Emeterio walks to the head of our line. You'll get your time at the top of the course if you make it, but remember, you still have 9 practice sessions before we rank you for presentation in 2.5 weeks, which will determine if the dragons find you worthy at threshing. Wouldn't it make more sense to let first years start practicing this right after Parapet? Rhiannon asks. You know, to give us a little more time so we don't die? No, Professor Emeterio replies. The timing is part of the challenge. Any words of wisdom, Sawyer? Sawyer blows out a slow breath, his gaze following the treacherous course. There are ropes every 6 feet that run from the top of the sheer cliffside to the bottom, he says. So, if you start to fall, reach out and grab a rope. It'll cost you 30 seconds, but death costs you more. Awesome. I mean, there's a perfectly good set of steps over there, Riddick points to the steep staircase carved into the cliff beside the wide switchbacks of the gauntlet. Stairs are for reaching the flight fields on the top of the ridgeline after presentation, Professor Emeterio says, then lifts his hands towards the course and flicks his wrist, pointing at various obstacles. The 15-foot-long log at the start of the uphill climb begins to spin. The pillars on the third ascent shake. The giant wheel at the first switchback starts its clockwise rotation. And those little posts Ariel mentioned, they all twist in opposite directions. Every one of the 5 ascents on the course is designed to mimic the challenges you'll face in battle. Professor Emeterio turns to look at us, his face just as stern as it is during our usual combat training. From the balance you must keep on the back of your dragon, to the strength you'll need to hold your seat during maneuvers. 2, he gestures upward towards the last obstacle that looks like a 90-degree ramp from this angle. The stamina you'll need to fight on the ground, then still be able to mount your dragon at a second's notice. The posts knock a chunk of granite loose, and the rock tumbles down the course, smacking every obstacle in its path until it crashes 20 feet in front of us. If there was ever a metaphor for my life, well, that's it. Whoa, Trina whispers, her brown eyes wide as she stares at the pulverized rock. I'm the smallest of our squad, but Trina is the quietest, the most reserved. I can count on both hands the number of times she's spoken to me since Parapet. If she didn't have friends in First Wing, I'd worry, but she doesn't have to open up to us to survive the quadrant. You all right? I ask her in a whisper. She swallows and nods, one of her auburn ringlet curls bouncing against her forehead. What if we can't make it up? Luca asks from my right, securing her long hair in a loose braid, her usual haughtiness, not so in your face today. What's the alternative route? There's no alternative. If you don't make it, you can't get to presentation, can you? Take your position, Sawyer, Professor Emiterio orders, and Sawyer moves to the beginning of the course. After he makes it past the final obstacle so everyone can learn from this cadet completing the course, the rest of you will start every 60 seconds. And go. Sawyer is off like a shot. He easily runs the 15 feet across a single log, spinning parallel with the cliff face and then the raised pillars. But it takes him 3 rotations inside the wheel before he jumps through the lone opening. But other than that, I don't see a single misstep in the first ascent, not once. He turns and rushes towards a series of giant hanging balls that make up the second ascent, jumping and hugging one after another, his feet back on the ground. He turns again and heads up the third ascent, which is divided into 2 sections. The first part has giant metal rods hanging parallel to the cliff wall, and he easily swings arm over arm, using his body's weight and momentum to swing the bar forward and reach the next bar, hanging half a foot higher than the previous as he climbs the side of the cliff. From the last bar, he jumps onto a series of shaking pillars that make up the second half of this ascent before finally leaping back onto the gravel path. By the time he reaches the 4th ascent, the spinning logs Ariel's brother warned us about, Sawyer's made it all look like child's play, and I start to feel a bubble of hope that maybe the course isn't as difficult as it looks from the ground. But then he faces a giant chimney formation rising high above him at a 20-degree angle and pauses. "You got this!" Rhiannon yells from my side. As though he heard, he sprints through the leaning chimney and flings himself upward, grabbing onto the sides and forming an X with his body, then starts hopping up the conduit until he reaches the end and drops down in front of the final obstacle, a massive ramp that reaches up to the top of the cliff's edge at a nearly vertical climb. My breath catches in my throat as Sawyer sprints towards the ramp, using his speed and momentum to carry him 2/3 of the way up the ramp. Just before he starts to fall, he reaches with one arm up and grasps the lip of the ramp and hauls himself over the edge. Rhiannon and I scream and cheer for him. He made it in almost a flawless approach. "Perfect technique," Professor Emiterio calls out. Almost. "That's exactly what you should all be doing." "Perfect. And yet he was still passed over at threshing," Lucas snarks. "Guess the dragons have some sense of taste." "Give it a rest, Luca," Rhee says. How could someone as smart and athletic as Sawyer not bond? And if he didn't, What the hell kind of hope is there for the rest of us? I'm too short for the ramp, I whisper to Ree. She glances over at me and then back at the obstacle. You're wicked fast. If you get your speed up, I bet the momentum will take you to the top. Prior, the shy cadet from the Croveland border region, struggles on the swinging steel rods in the third ascent due to some rather predictable hesitation on his part. But he makes it just as Trina nearly falls at the shaking pillars, reaching for a rope. I can only make out the flash of red from her hair when she starts the rotating stair steps. But I hear her scream all the way to my toes as the particular rope sways near the ground. You can do it, Sawyer shouts down from the top. They go in opposite directions, Ariel calls out. Tynan, start, Professor Emiterio orders, watching his pocket watch, and not the course. My heart thuds in my ears when Trina makes it past the steps, and the drumming doesn't let up as Rhiannon is called to start. She passes the first ascent with the grace I've come to expect from her before coming to a halt. Tynan hangs from the second of 5 buoy balls, on the second ascent, right where the ground drops out. If he falls, he's got a minuscule chance of hitting the single spinning log from the first ascent, and overwhelming odds of dropping 30 feet to the ground below. You have to keep moving, Tynan, I shout, though it's doubtful he can hear me from here. He might be a gullible ass, but he's still my squad mate. He shrieks, his arms wrapped around the swinging ball. It's impossible for him to reach his hands completely around. That's the point, and he's slipping. He's going to screw her time, Ariel says, blowing out a bored sigh. Good thing this is only practice then, Riddick says, then bellows up at Tynan. What's the matter, Tynan? Scared of heights? Who's the liability now? Stop! I elbow Riddick in the side. He's not quite as lean now. The last 7 weeks have put some muscle on him. Just because he's a dick doesn't mean you have to be. But he's given me so much material to work with, Riddick replies, a corner of his mouth lifting into a smirk as he backs away, heading toward the starting position. Swing to the next one, Trina suggests from the top of the course. I can't! Tynan's shriek could break glass as it echoes down the mountain, and it makes my chest tighten. Riddick, start, Professor Emiterio commands. Riddick charges over the log. Ree! I shout up. The rope is between the first and second. She nods down to me and then jumps for the first buoy ball, clasping it up top, near where the chains hold it, to the iron rail above, and swinging her weight around the side. It's an utterly inspired approach, one that might just work for me. Gravel crunches beneath my boots as I move to the starting position. Oh, look, it is possible for my heart to beat faster. The damned thing practically flutters as I wipe my clammy palms on my leather pants. Rhiannon gets the rope into Tynan's hand, but instead of using it to swing to the next ball, he climbs down. My jaw practically unhinges as he descends. Definitely didn't see that one coming. Violet, begin, Emiterio orders. Be with me, Xennial. I haven't spent nearly enough time at Temple for the God of Luck to care much about what happens to me right now, but it's worth a shot. I bolt up the first part of the ascent, coming to the spinning log within seconds. My stomach feels like it's being stirred by this balance beam from hell. It's just balance. You can balance, I mumble and start across. Quick feet, quick feet, quick feet, I repeat, all the way across, jumping off the end to land on the first of 4 granite columns, each one higher than the last. There are about 3 feet between them, but I manage to leap from one pillar to the next without skidding off the ends. And this is the easy part. A knot of fear works its way up my throat. I jump into the rotating wheel and run, leaping over the only opening as it flies by once, then watching it come around a second time. Timing this one is all about timing. This one is all about timing. The opportunity comes and I seize it, racing through the opening and turning back onto the gravel path of the second ascent. The buoy balls are just ahead, and I'm going to fall on my ass if I don't calm down and get my palms to stop sweating. Feather-tail dragons are the breed we know the least about, I recite in my mind, needing every ounce of my lung capacity as I spring from the edge of the path onto the first ball. Grasping it up top like Rhiannon did, the immediate strain on my shoulders makes me tense every muscle to keep the joints from dislocating. Stay calm, stay calm. Throwing my weight, I force the ball to rotate, swinging me toward the next one. This is because feather-tails reportedly abhor violence and are not suitable for bonding. I repeat motions, grasping from one ball to the next, keeping my eyes on the chains and nothing else. Though this scholar cannot be certain, as one has never left the Vale within my lifetime. I continue reciting from memory as I reach the 5th and final ball. With one last swing, I throw myself sideways, releasing the ball and landing on the shoulder-wide gravel path without rolling an ankle. Ugh. It's all momentum for the next ascent. Green dragons, I mutter under my breath, known for their keen intellect, descend from the honorable Yuan line, and continue to be the most rational of dragonkind, making them the perfect siege weapons, especially in the case of clubtails. I finish as I line my body up with the first metal rod and get ready to sprint forward. Are you studying? Ariel calls up from where she leaps onto the first ball below. Calms me down! I shoot back in quick explanation. There's no time to be embarrassed here. That can wait for later. There are 3 iron rails in front of me, each lined up like a battering ram toward the next. The scribe quadrant is looking pretty good right now, I grumbled under my breath, then launched myself toward the first. At least the texture gives me something to keep hold of as I work my way hand over hand. The ache in my shoulders grows into a throbbing pain when I reach the end of my first rail, swinging my feet to work up the momentum for the next. The first clang of the iron as the rails meet makes my fingers slip, and I gasp as terror claws its way out of my stomach. Orange dragons come in various shades of apricot to carrot, are the most, I throw myself to the next rail, unpredictable of dragon kind, and therefore always a risk. I move across the rail with the same hand-over-hand motion, ignoring the outright protest of my shoulders. Descending from the Empyrean line. Sorry. Whew. My right hand loses purchase, and my weight swings me into the face of the steep mountainside, my cheeks slamming into the rock. A high-pitched ringing erupts in my ears, and my vision darkens at the edges. Violet! Rhiannon shouts from the top. Next to you! The rope is next to you! Ariel calls up. Iron scrapes my fingertips as my left hand slips and I spot the rope and take hold, bracing my feet on the knot beneath me and clinging tight until the ringing fades in my head. I have to swing over or climb down. I survived 7 weeks in this damned quadrant, and this course isn't going to beat me today. Pushing off the edge, I swing out for the rail and make it immediately, starting the hand over hand to get me to the next one, and then the next, until I finally let go, landing on the first shaking iron pillar. My brain is rattling as this thing shudders violently, and I leap to the next, barely gaining a foothold before jumping to the gravel path at the end of the ascent. Ariel is right behind me, landing with a grin. This is the best! You clearly need to see the healers. You must have hit your head if you think this is fun. My breaths are choppy gasps, but I can't help but smile at her obvious joy. Just run straight across this one, she says as we reach the twisting staircase post, jutting straight from the side of the cliff face. Each 3-foot wide timber rotates from its base in one of the steepest sections of the course. I quickly calculate if you fall off one of the posts, you'd probably drop at least 30 or 40 feet onto the rocky terrain below. I swallow down the terror, trying to crawl up my throat, and focus on the possibility my agility and lightness will give me an edge on this particular obstacle. She continues, "Trust me, if you pause, it'll roll you right off." I nod and bounce on my feet, dredging up whatever courage I have left. Then I run. My feet are quick, making contact with each post only long enough to push off for the next. And within a few heartbeats, I'm on the other side. "Yes!" I shout, throwing my fist up in celebration as I get out of the way for Ariel. "Go, Violet!" she shouts. "Here I come!" Her footwork is more agile than mine as she springs from the spinning post to post. A roar sounds from overhead, and I jerk my gaze up in time to see the underbelly of a green dagger tail as it flies directly over us, heading back to the Vale. I'm never going to get used to that. Ariel cries out, and my head snaps towards her, just in time to see her wobble and slip on the 5th post. The air freezes in my lungs as she careens forward, her belly hitting the next to last spinning log, as if in slow motion. "Ariel!" I scream, lunging for her, my fingertips skimming the 7th post. Our eyes meet, shock and terror filling her wide black eyes as the post rolls her away from me and she falls, halfway down the cliff. 1 second, Sorry, repositioning myself a little bit. The sun burns my eyes as we stand in morning formation. "Calvin Atwater," Captain Fitzgibbons reads, his voice solemn like always. "First squad, claw section, 4th wing." He sits 2 rows behind me in battle brief. He sat. There's nothing special about this morning. Our first trial in the gauntlet has made the roll longer. But it's just another list on just another day. Except it's not. The exceptional cruelty of this ritual has never hit me this hard before. It's not like the first day anymore. I know more than half of the names that are called. My vision blurs. "Newland Joven," he continues. "2nd squad, flame section, 4th wing. He had breakfast duty with me. We have to be in the 20s by now. How can this be all there is? We say their names once and then go on as if they never existed." Rhiannon shifts her weight at my side, and she abruptly sniffles, the motion jerking her shoulders once. "Ariel Donans?" A single tear escapes, and I bat it away, ripping one of the scabs along my cheek. A trickle of blood follows as the next name is called, but I let that one stain me. "You sure about this?" Dane asks the next night, 2 worried lines between his brows as he clasps my shoulders. "If her parents aren't coming to bury her body, then I should be the one to handle her things. I'm the last person she saw." I explained, rolling my shoulders to adjust the weight of Ariel's pack. Every Basgaev parent has the same option when their cadet is killed. They can retrieve the body and personal effects for burial, or burning, or the school will put their body under a stone and burn their effects themselves. Ariel's parents have chosen door number 2. And you don't want me to go with you? He asks, palming my neck. I shake my head. I know where the burn pit is. He mutters a curse. I should have been there. You couldn't have been there. You couldn't have done anything, Dane, I say softly, covering his hand with mine so our fingers lightly lace. None of us could have. She didn't even have time to reach for the rope, I whisper. I've replayed that moment over and over in my head, coming to the same conclusion each time. I never got the chance to ask you if you made it all the way up, he says. I shake my head. I got caught at the chimney formation and had to use a rope to get back down. I'm too short to span the distance, but I'm not thinking about that tonight. I'll figure something out before the official timed gauntlet on presentation day. I'll have to. They don't allow cadets to climb back down on the final day. You either complete the gauntlet or you fall to your death. All right, let me know if you need me. He lets me go. I nod and make every excuse to get out of the dormitory hallway. The weight of Ariel's pack is staggering. She was strong enough to carry so much over the parapet, and yet she fell. And I'm somehow still standing. I can't shake the feeling that I'm carrying her with me as I climb the stairs of the academic tower's turret, past the battle brief room and up the stone roof, going by a few other cadets on their way down. The burn pit is nothing more than an extra-wide iron barrel, whose only purpose is to incinerate, and the flames burn bright against the night sky as I stumble out onto the roof, my lungs straining for oxygen. A couple of months ago, I couldn't have carried a pack this heavy. There's no one else up here as I slip the bag from my shoulder. I'm so sorry, I whisper, my fingers digging into the wide strap of the pack and as I fling it up and over the metal edge of the bin. The flames catch and whoosh as it becomes more fuel for the fire, just another tribute to Malik, the god of death. Instead of walking back down the stairs, I make my way to the edge of the turret. It's a cloudy night, but I make out the shadows of 3 dragons as they approach from the west and even see the ridges where the gauntlet lays, waiting to claim its next victim. It won't be me. But why? Because I'll conquer it? Or because I'll give in to Dane's request and hide in the scribe's quadrant? My entire being rebels against the second option, which makes me question everything as I stand here, letting minutes tick by before the bells sound for curfew. I climb back down the stairs without a solid answer as to why. I walk through the courtyard, empty but for a couple who can't decide if they'd rather kiss or walk near the dais, and I avert my gaze, heading for the alcove where Dane and I first sat after parapet. It's almost been 2 months, and I'm still here, still making every morning to the sunrise. Doesn't that mean something? Isn't there a chance, no matter how small, that I might just be enough to make it through threshing? That I might just belong here? The door that leads to the tunnel we took to cross the ridgeline to the gauntlet this morning opens along the courtyard wall just left of the academic building, and my brows furrow. Who would be returning this late? Sitting back against the wall, I let the darkness conceal me as Xaden, Garrick, and Bodhi, Xaden's cousin, pass under a mage light, heading in my direction. 3 dragons. They were out doing what? There were no training ops that I know of tonight. Not that I'm privy to everything 3rd years do. There has to be something more we can do, Bodhi argues, looking to Xaden. His voice is low as they pass by me, their boots crunching on the gravel. We're doing everything we can, Garrick hisses. My scalp prickles, and Xaden stops mid-step, 10 feet away, the set of his shoulders rigid. Shit, he knows I'm here. Instead of the usual fear that spikes in his presence, only anger rises in my chest. If he wants to kill me, then fine. I'm over waiting for it to happen, over walking through the halls in fear. What's wrong? Garrick asks, immediately looking over his shoulder in the opposite direction towards the couple who definitely decided making out is more important than getting into the dorms by curfew. Go on, I'll meet you inside, Xaden says. You sure? Bodhi's forehead puckers as his gaze sweeps over the courtyard. Go, Xaden orders, standing completely still until the two walk into the barracks, turning left toward the stairwell that will take them to the 2nd and 3rd year floors. Only when they're gone does he turn and face the exact spot where I'm sitting. I know you know I'm here. I force myself to stand and move toward him, as he doesn't think I'm hiding or worse, scared of him. And please, don't prattle on about commanding the dark. I'm not in the mood tonight. No questions about where I've been? He folds his arms across his chest and studies me in the moonlight. His scar looks even more menacing in the light. But I can't seem to find the energy to be scared. I honestly don't care. I shrug, the movement making the throb in my shoulders intensify. Awesome, just in time to practice on the gauntlet tomorrow. He cocks his head to the side. You really don't, do you? Nope. It's not like I'm not out after curfew myself. A heavy sigh blows through my lips. What are you doing out after curfew, 1st year? Debating running away, I retort. How about you? Feel like sharing? I ask mockingly, knowing he's not about to answer me. The same. Sadistic ass. Look, are you going to kill me or not? The anticipation is starting to annoy the fuck out of me. I lift my hand to my shoulder and roll it, pressing it on the sore muscle, but it doesn't help the ache. Haven't decided yet, he answers, like I've just inquired about his dinner preferences, but his gaze narrows on my cheek. Well, could you? I mutter. It would definitely help me make my plans for the week. Markham or Emiterio, scribe or writer. Am I affecting your schedule, Violence? There's a definite smirk on those lips. I just need to know what my chances are here. My hand curls into fists. The ass has the nerve to smile? That's the oddest way I've ever been hit on. Not my chances with you, you conceited prick. Fuck this. Fuck all of this. I move past him, but he catches my wrist. His grip light, but his hold firm. His fingers on my pulse make it skitter. Chances at what? He asks, tugging me just close enough that my shoulder brushes his bicep. Nothing. He wouldn't understand. He's a damned wing leader, which means he's excelled at everything in the quadrant, even somehow managing to get past his own last name. Chances at what? He repeats. Do not make me ask 3 times. His ominous tone is at odds with his gentle grasp, and shit, does he have to smell so good? Like mint and leather, and something I can't quite identify, something that borders between citrus and floral? At living through all of this, I can't make it up the damned gauntlet. I half-heartedly tug at my wrists, but he doesn't let go. I see. He's so infuriatingly calm, and I can't even get a grip on one of my emotions. No, you don't. You're probably celebrating because I'll fall to my death, and you don't have to go to the trouble of killing me yourself. Killing you wouldn't be any trouble, Violence. It's leaving you alive that seems to cause the majority of my trouble. My gaze swings up to clash with his, but his face is unreadable. Cloaked in shadow. Go figure. Sorry to be a hassle, sarcasm drips from my voice. You know the problem with this place? I tug my arm back again. But he holds fast. Instead, besides you touching things that don't belong to you, my eyes narrow on him. I'm sure you're going to tell me. My stomach flutters as his thumb brushes my pulse and he releases my wrist. I answer before I can think better of it. Hope? Hope? He tips his head closer to mine, as if he wasn't sure he heard me right. Hope, I nod. Someone like you would never get it. But I knew coming here was a death sentence. It didn't matter that I've been trained my entire life to enter the scribe quadrant. When General Sorengale gives an order, you can't exactly ignore it. Gods, why am I running off at the mouth to this man? What's the worst he'll do? Kill you? Sure you can, he shrugs. You just might not like the consequences. I roll my eyes, and to my utter embarrassment, instead of pulling away now that I am free, I lean in just a little, like I can siphon off some of his strength. He certainly has enough to spare. I knew what the odds were, and I came anyway, concentrating on that tiny percentage of a chance that I would live, and then I make it almost 2 months and I shake my head, clenching my jaw. Hopeful! The word tastes sour. Ah, and then you lose to a squad mate and you can't quite get up the chimney and you give up. I'm starting to see. I'm not a flattering picture, but if you want to run off to the scribe quadrant, I gasp, fear punching a hole in my stomach. How do you know about that? If he knows, if he tells, Dane is in danger. A wicked smile curves Zayden's perfect lips. I know everything that goes on here. Darkness swirls around us. Shadows, remember? They hear everything, see everything, conceal everything. The rest of the world disappears. He could do anything to me in here, and no one would be the wiser. My mother would definitely reward you if you told her about Dane's plan, I say softly. She'd definitely reward you for telling her about my little, what did you call it? Club? I'm not going to tell her. The words sounded defensive. I know. It's why you're still alive. He holds my gaze, locked with his. Here's the thing, Sorengale. Hope is a fickle, dangerous thing. It steals your focus and aims it towards the possibilities instead of keeping it where it belongs, on the probabilities. So I'm supposed to what? Not hope that I live? Just plan for death? I'm so sorry. My back is really in pain. Taking a quick little drink break. Fuck, where was I? Oh, there we go. I know. It's why you're still... Wait, boop, boop, where we go? You're supposed to focus on the things that can kill you, so find ways to not die. He shakes his head. I can barely count the number of people in this quadrant who want you dead. Either as revenge against your mother or because you're just really good at pissing people off. But you're still here, defying the odds. Shadows wrap around me, and I swear I feel a caress along the side of my wounded cheek. It's been rather surprising to watch, actually. Happy to be your entertainment. I'm going to bed. Spinning on my heel, I head towards the entrance to the barracks, and he's right behind me. Close enough that the door would slam in his face if he wasn't so unnaturally fast at catching it. Maybe if you stopped sulking in your self-pity, you'd see that you have everything you need to scale the gauntlet. he calls after me, his voice echoing down the hallway. Myself what? I turn around, my jaw dropping. People die, he says. He says slowly, his jaw ticking before he drags in a deep breath. It's going to happen over and over again. It's the nature of what happens here. What makes you a writer is what you do after people die. You want to know why you're still alive? Because you're the scale I currently judge myself against every night. Every day I let you live, I get to convince myself that there's still a part of me that's a decent person. So if you want to quit, then please, spare me the temptation and fucking quit. But if you want to do something, then do it. I'm too short to span the distance, I hiss, uncaring that anyone could hear us. The right way isn't the only way. Figure it out. Then he turns and walks away. Fuck him. Alright, that was chapter 10. So, because I am not reading the special chapter, we will go to chapter 12 today. Alrighty. That is chapter 10. In a little bit, I will be back with chapter 11. Alright. And we are... Oof, sorry. My back. I finally grabbed my pillows, and now my back shouldn't hurt so much. But we are now gonna start chapter 11. Alright. The next practice session of the Gauntlet are next practice sessions of the Gauntlet are no more successful than my first. But at least we don't lose another squad mate. Tynan has quit running his mouth since he can't seem to make it up fully either. The buoy balls are his downfall. The chimney is mine. By the 9th and next to last session, I'm ready to set the entire obstacle course on fire. The section of the course that's my downfall is meant to simulate the strength and agility it takes to mount a dragon. And it's become clear that my size is going to fuck me. Maybe you can climb up onto my shoulders, and then Rhiannon shakes her head as we study the crevice that's become my nemesis. Then I'm still stuck halfway up, I answer, wiping my sweat from my forehead. Doesn't matter, you can't touch another cadet on the route. Sawyer folds his arms beside me, and the tip of his nose now bright red from the high sun. Are you here to squash hopes and dreams, or do you have a suggestion? Rhiannon retorts. Because presentation is tomorrow, and if you've got any bright ideas, now is the time. If I'm going to run to the scribe quadrant, tonight is the night. My heart clenches against the thought. It's the logical choice, the safe choice. There are only two thoughts stopping me. One, there's no guarantee my mother won't find out. Just because Markham would keep quiet doesn't mean the instructors there will. But most importantly, if I hide, I'll never know if I'm good enough to make it here. And while I might not survive if I stay, I'm not sure I can live with myself if I leave. Excuse me. Doria Merrill, Captain Fitzgibbon says from the dais. Every one of his features is crystal clear. Not only because the sun is behind the shade of the clouds, but because I'm closer. Our formation gets tighter with every cadet who falls. According to Brennan and statistics, today will be one of the deadliest for first years. It's presentation day, and in order to get to the flight field, we'll have to climb the gauntlet first. Everything about the writer's quadrant is designed to weed out the weak, and today is no exception. Cameron Dyer, Captain Fitzgibbons continues to read from the roll. I flinch. His seat was across from mine in Dragonkind. Arvel Pelpa. Imogen and Quinn, both second years, suck in a breath ahead of me. First years aren't the only ones at risk. We're just the most likely to die. Michael Everem, Captain Fitzgibbon closes the roll. We commend their souls to Malik. And with that final word, formation break. Sorry. Huh. Second and third years, unless you're on gauntlet duty, head to class. First years, it's time to show us what you've got. Dane forces a smile and skips right over me as he looks at our squad. Good luck today. Imogen tucks an errant strand of pink hair behind her ear and aims a sickly sweet smile right at me. Hopefully you won't fall short. See you later, I reply, lifting my chin. She stares at me with complete loathing for a second, then walks off with Quinn and Siennan, our executive officer, her shoulder-length blonde curls bouncing. Best of luck. Heaton, the thickest third year in our squad, with red flames cut and dyed into their hair, taps their heart right over two of their patches, and offers us as a genuine but flat-lipped smile before heading to class. As I stare at their retreating back, I wonder what the circular patch on their upper right arm with water and floating spheres means. I know the triangular patch to the left of that one with the longsword means that they're not to be messed with on the mat. Since Dane told me about the patch donating his top secret signet, I've been paying close attention to the patches other cadets have sewn into their uniforms. Most wear them like badges of honor, but I recognize them for what they really are. Intelligence that I might one day need to defeat them. I didn't realize Heaton actually knew how to speak. Two lines appear between Riddick's brows. Maybe they figured they should at least say hi before we're potentially roasted today, Rhiannon says. Back into formation, Dane orders. Are you going with us? I ask. He nods, still not looking at me. The 8 of us fall into 2 lines of 4, the same as the other squads around us. Awkward, Rhiannon whispers from my side. He seems kind of pissed at you. I glance up over Trina's slim shoulders as the breeze whips at the braid I've woven like a crown. It's working a few of Trina's ringlet curls loose, too. He wants something I can't give him. Her eyebrows rise. I roll my eyes. Not like that. I wouldn't care if it was like that, she replied under her breath. He's hot. He has the whole boy next door who can still kick your ass vibe going for him. I fight a smile because she's right. He so does. We're the biggest squad, Riddick notes behind us as the squad's farthest left from first wing file out through the western gate in the courtyard. What are we down to? Tynan asks. 180? 171, Dane answers. Squads from second wing begin to move, led by their wing leader, which means Zayden is somewhere ahead of us. My nerves are reserved for the obstacle course, but I can't help but wonder which way his scales will tip today. For 100 dragons? But what will we... Trina asks, nerves cutting her words. Stop letting fear leach into your voice, Luca snaps from behind Rhiannon. If the dragons think you're a coward, you'll be nothing but a name tomorrow. She says, Riddick narrates, inducing more fear. Shut up, Luca fires back. You know it's true. Just portray confidence and I'm sure you'll be fine. I lean forward so our squad mates behind us can't hear me as third wing begins to march for the gate. Thanks, Trina whispers in reply. Dane's narrowed gaze finally locks on mine, but at least he doesn't call me a liar. There's enough accusation in his eyes that I might as well be tried and convicted of it, though. Nervous, Rhi? I ask, knowing we're about to be called next. For you? She asks. Not at all. We've got this. Oh, I meant about the history test tomorrow, I tease. There's nothing going on today to panic about. Now that you mention it, the whole Treaty of Arif might just be the death of me. She grins. The agreement between Navarre and Krovla for mutually shared airspace for both dragons and griffins over a narrow ship of the Espen Mountains between Somerton and Draeth's. I recall, nodding. Your memory is terrifying. She shoots me a smile. But my memory isn't going to get me up the gauntlet. Fourth wing! Zayden calls out. Heh, he said it. I'm kidding. Zayden calls out from somewhere in the distance. I don't even need to see to know that it's him who gave the order and not his executive officer. Move out! We file off. Flame section, then claw, and then finally tail. There's a bit of a bottleneck at the gate, but then we're through, walking into the mage-lit dimness of the tunnel that we take every morning to reach the gauntlet. Shadows blanket the edge of the rocky floor along our path. What are the limits of Zayden's power anyway? Could he use shadows to choke out every squad in here? Would he need to rest or recharge after? Does such a vast power come with any sort of checks or balances? Dane falls back, so he walks between Rhiannon and me. Change your mind? It's barely a whisper. No. Change your mind. His hand finds mine, concealed by our tight formation as we descend through the passage. Please. I can't. I shake my head. Any more than you would leave Kath and run to the scribes yourself. That's different. His hand squeezes mine, and I could feel the tension in his fingers, his arm. I'm a writer. Well, maybe I am too, I whisper as light appears ahead. I didn't believe it before, not when I couldn't leave because my mother wouldn't let me, but now I have a choice, and I choose to stay. Don't be. He cuts himself off and drops my hand. I don't want to bury you, Vi. That's inevitable. It's inevitable that one of us will have to bury the other. It's not macabre, though. It's not macabre, just a fact. You know what I mean. The light grows into an archway that's 10 feet high, leading us to the base of the gauntlet. Please don't do this, Dane begs, not bothering to lower his voice. This time, as we merged into the mottled sunlight. The view is spectacular as always. We're still high on the mountain, thousands of feet above the valley, and the greenery seems to stretch endlessly to the south, with random clusters of squat trees among colorful slopes of wildflowers. My gaze turns to the gauntlet carved into the face of the cliff, and I can't help but follow each obstacle higher and higher until I'm staring at the top of the ridgeline that the maps I've studied show leads into a box canyon. The flight field. I bite my lip as I stare at the break in the tree line. Normally, only riders are allowed on the flight field, except for presentation. I don't know if I can watch, Dane says, drawing my attention back to his strong face, his perfectly trimmed beard, brackets full lips drawn tight into a frown. Then close your eyes. I have a plan. A shitty one, but it's worth a try. What changed between Parapet and now? Dane asks again, a wealth of emotion in his eyes that I can't begin to interpret. Well, except the fear that doesn't need an interpretation. Me. An hour later, my feet fly over the spinning posts of the staircase, and I jump to the safety of the gravel path. Third ascent complete. 2 more to go, and I haven't touched a single rope. I swear I can feel Dane staring from the bottom of the course where Tynan and Luca have yet to start their climb. But I don't look down. There is no time for what he thinks will be one last look, and I can't afford the delay of comforting him when there are still 2 obstacles ahead of me. Which means there's one I haven't even had the chance to practice. The nearly vertical ramp at the end. You can do it, Rhiannon yells from the top as I reach the chimney structure. Or you can do us all a favor and fall, another voice yells. Jack, no doubt. At least it's only been our squad at practice sessions, but every first year can watch now, either from the base of the course or the edges of the cliff above. I look up at the hollow column I'm supposed to climb, then dart back a few feet along the path. What are you doing? Rhiannon shouts as I grab one of the ropes and drag it horizontally across the surface of the cliff, sending pebbles into freefall. It's heavy as hell and protests the stretch, but I manage to get the bottom portion into the chimney structure, pulling the rope as tight as it can go. I plant one foot on the side of the shaft and give the rope a tug, then send up a prayer to Xennial that this is going to work. Can she do that? Someone snaps. I'm doing it now. Then I lift my other foot and begin to climb up the chimney using only the right side, walking up stone and leveraging my weight with the rope, hand over hand. The line slips about halfway up as the rope scrapes over a large boulder, but I quickly take up the slack and keep climbing. My heart thunders in my ears, but it's my hands that are killing me. It feels like flames are eating my palms, and I grip my teeth so I don't cry out. There it is, the top. The rope barely cuts the corner of the structure now, and I use what's left of my upper body strength to pull myself up, scrambling to my hands and my knees on the path. Hell yes, Riddick yells, hooting from the top. That's our girl! Get up, Rhiannon shouts. One more! My chest heaves and my lungs ache, but I make it to my feet. I'm on the last descent, the final path to the flight field, and standing in front of me is a ramp made of wood that juts out 10 feet from the cliff wall, then curves upward like the inside of a bowl, the highest point level with the cliff top 10 feet above. The obstacle is meant to test a cadet's ability to scale a dragon's foreleg and reach its saddle, and I'm too short. But Xaden's words that the right way wasn't the only way have played over and over in my head all night long. By the time the sun rose and chased away the darkness, I had a plan. I only hope I can actually pull it off. I unsheath my larger dagger from home and wipe away the sweat on my forehead with the back of my dirty palm. Then I forget the agony in my hands, the throbbing on my shoulders, and the twinge in my knee from landing wrong after the pillars. I block out all the pain, lock it behind a wall like I've done my entire life, and focus on the ramp, as though my life depends on making it. There's no rope here. There's only one way I'm getting over this. Sheer fucking will. And so I charge, using my speed to my advantage. There's a drum-like sound as my feet beat against the ramp, and the incline sharpens. Just because I haven't personally conquered this obstacle doesn't mean I haven't watched my squad mates take it over and over again. I throw my body forward and momentum carries me upward, running up the side of the ramp. I wait until I feel the precious shift. The moment gravity reclaims my body almost 2 feet from the top, and I swing in my arm and I slam my dagger into the slick, soft wood of the ramp, and I use it to fling myself the last foot upwards. A primal scream rips from my throat as my shoulder cries in protest. Just as my fingers graze the lip of the edge, I throw my elbow over the top to gain more leverage and pull myself up and over using the handle of my dagger as a final step before lurching onto the top of the cliff. Not done yet. On my stomach, I turn to face the ramp, then reach over the side and yank my dagger free, sheathing it at my ribs before I stagger to my feet. I made it. Relief sucks the adrenaline straight out of my body. Rhiannon's arms sweep around me, taking my weight as I grip for air. Riddick hugs my back, squeezing me like I'm the filling of a sandwich, and he hollers in happiness. I'd protest, but right now, they're all that's keeping me upright. She can't do that, someone shouts. Yeah, well, she just did, Riddick tosses over his shoulder, loosening his grip on me. My knees shake, but they hold as I suck in breath after breath. You made it, Rhiannon takes my face in her hands, tears filling her brown eyes. You made it. Luck. I draw in another breath and beg my galloping heart to slow and adrenaline. Cheating. I turn towards the voice. It's Amber Mavis, the strawberry blonde wing leader from Third Wing, who was Dane's close friend last year, and there's nothing but fury on her face as she charges towards Xaden, who's only a couple of feet away with the roll, recording times with a stopwatch, and looking rather bored with it all. Back the hell up, Mavis, Garrick threatens, the sun flashing off the two swords the curly-haired section leader keeps strapped to his back as he puts his body between Amber and Xaden. The cheater clearly used foreign materials, not once but twice, Amber yells. It's not to be tolerated. We live by the rules or we die by them. No wonder she and Dane are so close. They're both in love with the Codex. I don't take kindly to calling anyone in my section a cheater, Garrick warns, his massive shoulders blocking her from view as he turns. And my wing leader will handle any rule breaking in his own wing. He moves to the side, and I'm met with Amber's glaring blue eyes. Sorengale, Xaden asks, arching an eyebrow in obvious challenge, a pen poised over the book. I notice not for the first time that other than his fourth wing and wing leader emblems, he doesn't wear the patches others are fond of displaying. I expect the 30-second penalty for using the rope. I expect the 30-second penalty for using the rope, I answer, my breath steadying. And the knife? Amber's gaze narrows. She's disqualified. When Xaden doesn't answer, she turns that glare on him. Surely she's out. You can't tolerate lawlessness with your own wing, Ryerson. But Xaden's gaze never leaves mine, and he silently waits for me to respond. A rider may only bring to the quadrant the items they can carry. I start. Are you quoting the Codex to me? Amber shouts. And they shall not be separated from those items no matter what they may be. I continue. For once carried across the parapet, they are considered part of their person. Article 3, Section 6, Addendum B. Her blue eyes flare wide as I glance at her. That addendum was written to make thievery an executional offense. Correct, I nod, looking between her and the onyx eyes that see straight through me. But in doing so, it gave any item carried across the parapet the status of being part of the rider. I unsheathed the chipped and battered blade with a sharp bite in the pain of my palms. This isn't a challenge blade. It's one I carried across and therefore considered part of myself. His eyes flare, and I don't miss the hint of a smirk on that infuriatingly decadent mouth of his. It should be against the Codex to look that good and be so ruthless. The right way isn't the only way. I use his own words against him. Xaden holds my gaze. She has you, Amber. On a technicality, she still has you. He turns slightly and delivers a look that I never want directed at me. You think like a scribe, she barks at me. It's intended to be an insult, but I just nod. I know. She marches off, and I sheath the dagger again, letting my hands fall to my sides and closing my eyes as relief shucks the weight of my shoulders. I did it. I passed another test. Sorengale, Xaden says, and my eyes fly open. You're leaking. His gaze drops pointedly to my hands, where blood is dripping from my fingertips. Pain erupts, pushing past my mental dam like a raging river at the sight of the mess I've made of my palms. I've shredded them. Do something about it, he orders. I nod and back away, joining my squad. Rhiannon helps me cut off the sleeves of my shirt to bandage my hand, and I cheer out our last two squad mates up the cliff. We all make it. Alright! That was chapter 11. Alrighty, guys. So we're going to take another break. This should be our last break of the day. And we'll read chapter 12. Righty. Alright, so I will be back in roughly 5-ish minutes. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello! Here we go for chapter 12. Just again, reminder for everybody that we did not, or that we are reading chapter 12 now because the quote unquote second chapter 9 gave spoilers for later on. Here we go. Chapter 12. There are 169 of us by the time the morning is done, and even with my penalty for the rope, we've placed 11th out of 36 squads for presentation. The piss-inducing parade of cadets before this year's dragons willing to bond. Anxiety seizes my legs as the thought of walking up so close to dragons determined to weed out the weak before threshing, and I suddenly wished we'd placed last. The fastest up the gauntlet was Liam Mari, of course, earning him the gauntlet patch. Pretty sure that guy doesn't know how to take second place, but I wasn't the slowest, and that's good enough for me. The box canyon that makes up the training field is spectacular in the afternoon sun, with miles of autumn-colored meadows and peaks rising on the three sides of us as we wait at the narrowest part of the entrance to the valley. At the end I can make out a line of the waterfall that might be just a trickle of a creek now, but will rush at runoff season. The leaves of the trees are all turning gold, as though someone has brought in a paintbrush with only one color and streaked it across the landscape. And then there are the dragons. Averaging 25 feet tall, they're in a format of their own, lined up several feet back from the path, close enough to pass judgment on us as we walk by. "Let's go, second squad, you're up next," Garrick says, beckoning us with a wave that makes the rebellion relic on his bared forearm gleam. Dane and the other squad leaders stayed behind. I'm not sure if he'll be thrilled I made it up the gauntlet or disappointed that I bent the rules, but I've never felt more thrilled. "Into formation," Garrick orders, his tone all business, which doesn't surprise me given that his leadership style is more mission first, niceties last. Go figure, he seems to be so close to Xaden. Unlike Xaden, though, the right hand of his uniform has a neat line of patches proclaiming him Flames section leader, as well as more than 5 patches advertising his skill with a multitude of weapons. We comply, and Rhiannon and I end up near the back this time. There's a sound like rushing wind in the distance that stops as quickly as it starts, and I know someone else has been found lacking. Garrick's hazel eyes skim over us. Hopefully Atos has done his job, so you know that it's a straight walk down the meadow. I'd recommend staying at least 7 feet apart. "In case one of us gets torched," Riddick mutters from ahead. "Correct, Riddick. Cluster if you must. Just know if a dragon finds disfavor with one of you, it's likely to burn the whole lot to weed one out." Garrick warns, holding his gaze for a beat. "Also, remember, you're not here to approach them, and if you do, you won't be making it back to the dormitory tonight." "Can I ask a question?" Lucas says from the front row. Garrick nods, but the ticking of his jaw says he's annoyed. I can't blame him. Luca annoys the shit out of me too. It's her constant need to tear everyone down that makes most of us keep our distance. "Third squad, tail section, a fourth wing, Third squad, tail section of fourth wing already went through, and I talked to some of the cadets." That's not a question. He lifts his brows. Yep, he's annoyed. "Right. It's just that they saw there's a feather tail?" Her voice pitches upward. A feather tail? Tynan sputters from directly in front of me. Who the hell would ever want to bond a feather tail? I roll my eyes, and Rhiannon shakes her head. "Professor Koiy never told us that there would be a feather tail," Sawyer says. "I know because I memorized every single dragon he showed us, all 100 of them." "Well, guess there's 101 now," Garrick replies, looking at us as if we're children he'd like to be rid of before glancing back over his shoulder at the entrance of the valley. "Relax, feathertails don't bond. They can't even remember the last time one has been seen outside the veil. It's probably just curious. You're up. Stay on the path. You walk up, you wait for the entire squad, you walk back down. It really doesn't get any easier than this from here on out. Kids, so if you can't follow those simple instructions, then you deserve whatever happens in there." He turns and heads over to a path before the canyon wall where the dragons are perched. We follow, breaking away from the crowd of first years. The breeze bites at my bare shoulders from where we ripped at my sleeves for bandages. But we got the blood flow stopped at my hands. "They're all yours," Garrick says to the quadrant's senior wing leader, a woman I've seen a few times in Battle Brief, murmuring to Xaden. Her uniform still has her signature spikes on the shoulders, but this time they're gold and look sharp as hell. Like she wanted to throw in a little extra badass today. She nods and dismisses him. Single file. We all shuffle into line. Rhiannon is at my back and Tynan just ahead of me, which means I'll be treated as to his commentary the whole time. No doubt. Awesome. Talk, the senior wing leader says, folding her arms across her chest. Nice day for presentation, Riddick jokes. Not to me. The senior wing leader narrows her gaze on Riddick, then motions to the line of cadets before her. Talk to your nearby squad mates while you're on the path, and it will help the dragons get a sense of who you are and how well you play with others. There's a correlation between bonded cadets and level of chatter. And now I want to switch places. Feel free to look at the dragons, especially if they're showing off their tails, but I would abstain from eye contact if you value your life. If you come across a scorch mark, just make sure nothing's currently on fire before continuing along. She pauses long enough for that bit of advice to sink in, then nods. See you after your stroll. With a sweep of her hand, the senior wing leader steps to the side, revealing the dirt path that leads through the center of the valley, and up ahead, sitting so perfectly still that they might be gargoyles, are the 101 dragons who have decided to bond this year. The line starts, and we give one another the suggested 7 feet before following. I'm hyper aware of every step as I walk down the path. The trail is hard beneath my boots, and there is a definite lingering odor of sulfur. We pass a trio of red dragons first. Their talons are almost half my size. I can't even see their tails, Tynan shouts from in front of me. How are we supposed to know what breed they are? I keep my eyes locked at the level of their massive, muscled shoulders as we walk by. We're not supposed to know what breed they are, I respond. Fuck that, he says over his shoulder. I need to figure out which one I'm going to approach during threshing. Pretty sure the little walk is so they can decide, I retort. Hopefully one of them will decide you don't get to make it to threshing, Rhiannon says, her voice quiet so it barely reaches me. I laugh as we approach a set of browns. Both slightly smaller than my mother's Aimseer, but not by much. They're a little bigger than I thought they would be, Rhiannon says, her voice rising. Not that I didn't see the ones at Parapet, but I look over my shoulder to see her wide gaze flickering between the path and the dragons. She's nervous. So do you know if you're having a niece or a nephew? I ask, continuing to walk forward past a handful of oranges. What? She answers. I've heard some of the healers can make pretty good guesses once a woman is further along in her pregnancy. Oh, no, she says. No clue. Though, I'm kind of hoping she'll have a girl. I guess I'll find out once we finish the year and can write our families. That's a bullshit rule, I say over my shoulder, lowering my gaze immediately when I accidentally make eye contact with one of the oranges. Breathe normally, swallow the fear. Fear and weakness will get me killed, and since I'm already bleeding, the odds aren't exactly in my favor here. You don't think it encourages loyalty to the wing? Rhiannon asks. I think I'm just as loyal to my sister, whether I've had a letter from her or not, I counter. There are bonds that can't be broken. There are bonds that can't be broken. I'd be loyal to your sister too, Tynan says, turning around and grinning as he walks backwards. She's one hell of a rider, and that ass. I saw her right before Parapet, and damn, Violet, she's hot. We pass by another set of reds, then a single brown and a pair of greens. Turn around. I make the spinning motion with my finger. Mira would eat you for breakfast, Tynan. I'm just wondering how one of you got all the good traits and the other looks like she just got leftovers. His gaze skims down my body. Full body shudder. Gross. You're an asshole. I flip him the middle finger. Just saying, maybe I'll write a letter of my own once we get privileges. He turns and continues walking. A nephew would be good, Rhiannon says, like the conversation was never interrupted. Boys aren't too bad. My brother was awesome, but he and Dane are my only experiences with growing up around little boys. We pass more dragons, and my breathing starts to settle. The smell of sulfur disappears, or maybe I've just grown accustomed to it. They're close enough to torch us. The half-dozen single singe marks testify to that. But I can't hear them breathing or feel it either. Though I think Dane was probably a little more rule-abiding than most kids. He likes order and pretty much detests anything that doesn't fit neatly into his plan. He's probably going to give me shit about how I got up the gauntlet, just like Amber Mavis did. We pass the halfway mark and continue. As the in this is the way the dragons stare at us scary as hell? Absolutely. But they want to be here the same as we do. So at least I hope they'll be judicious with their firepower. Why didn't you tell me about the rope plan or the dagger? Rhiannon asks, hurt pitching her tone. You can trust me, you know. I didn't think of it until yesterday, I answered, taking the time to look over my shoulder so I can see her. And if it didn't work, I didn't want you over my shoulder, so I didn't want you to be an accomplice. You have a real future here, and I refuse to bring you down with me if I didn't make it. I don't need you to protect me. I know, but it's just what friends do, Rhi. I shrug as we walk by a trio of browns, the soft crunch of our boots on the dark gravel path, the only sound for a few minutes. You keeping any other secrets up there? Rhiannon eventually asks. Guilt settles in my stomach when I think of Xaden and his meeting with the other marked ones. I think it's impossible to know everything there is to know about someone. I feel like shit, but keep from lying at least. She snorts a laugh. If that wasn't skirting the question, how about this? Promise me that if you need help, you'll let me give it to you. A smile spreads across my face, despite the terrifying greens we're walking by. How about this? I toss over my shoulder. I promise if I need your help you're capable of giving, I'll ask. But only, I hold up my forefinger, if you promise the same. Deal, she smiles widely. You guys done bonding back there? Tynan sneers. Because we're almost at the end of the line if you haven't noticed. He pauses in the middle of the path, his gaze swinging right. And I still can't figure out which one I'm going to choose. With arrogance like that, I'm sure any dragon would feel lucky to share your mind for the rest of your life. I pity whatever dragon, if any, choose him. Sorry, I'm readjusting my sitting position. The rest of the squad is gathered ahead of us, facing our direction at the end of the path, but all their attention is focused to the right. We passed the last brown dragon, and I inhale sharply. What the hell? Tynan stares. Keep walking, I order, but my gaze is transfixed. Standing at the end of the line is a small, golden dragon. Sunlight reflects off its scales and horns as it stands to its full height, flicking a feather tail around the side of its body. The feather tail. My jaw drops as I take in the sharp teeth and quick, dirty movements of its head as it studies us. At its full height, it's probably only a few feet taller than I am, like a perfect miniature of the brown next to it. I walk straight into Tynan's back and startle. We've reached the end of the path, where the rest of the squad has been waiting. Get off me, Sorengale, Tynan hisses and shoves me back. Who the hell would bond that thing? My chest tightens. They can hear you, I remind him. It's fucking yellow. Luca points right at the dragon, disgust curling her lip. So not only is it obviously too small to carry a rider in battle, but it's not even powerful enough to be a real color. Maybe it's a mistake, Sawyer says quietly. Maybe it's a baby orange. It's full grown, Rhiannon argues. There's no way the other dragons allow a baby to bond. No human alive has ever seen a baby. It's a mistake, all right. Tynan looks at the golden one and scoffs. You should totally bond it, Sorengale. You're both freakishly weak. It's a match made in heaven. It looks powerful enough to burn you to death, I counter, heat flushing my cheeks. He called me weak, and not just in front of our squad, but in front of them. Sawyer lunges between us, grabbing Tynan's collar. Don't ever say that about a squad mate, especially not in front of the unbonded dragons. Let him go. He's just saying what we're all thinking, Luca mutters. I turn slowly to stare at her, my mouth slightly agape. Is this what happens to us the second we're out of hearing range of any superior cadet? We turn on one another? What? She gestures to my hair. Half your hair is silver and you're petite. She finishes with a fake smile. Golden and small, you match. Trina puts her hand on Sawyer's arm. Don't make a mistake in front of them. We don't know what they'll do, she whispers. And now we're grouped up. I shuffle backwards a little as Sawyer drops Tynan's collar. Someone should kill it before it bonds, Tynan sputters, and for the first time in my life, I actually want to kick someone while they're down. And keep kicking until they stay down. It's just going to get its rider killed, and it's not like we get a choice if it wants to bond us. You're just picking up on that now, are you? Riddick shakes his head. We should go back, Pryor says, his gaze darting around the group. I mean, if you think we should. We don't have to, of course. For once in my life, Tynan says, pushing past Pryor to start down the path. Make a damn decision, Pryor. Or in your life, bleh. We take off one by one, leaving the suggested space between us. Rhiannon goes before me this time, and Riddick follows behind, with Luca bringing up the rear. They're pretty incredible, aren't they? Riddick says, and the wonder in his voice makes me smile. They are, I agree. They're honestly a little underwhelming after seeing that blue at parapet. Luca's voice carries all the way to Rhiannon, who turns around with an incredulous look. Like this isn't stressful enough without you insulting them, Rhi asks. I need to diffuse this quickly. I mean, it could be worse. We could be walking past a line of wyvern, right? Oh, please, Violet. Do give us one more of your nervous babble story times, Luca says sarcastically. Let me guess. Wyvern are some elite squad of griffin riders created because of something we did at a battle only you can manage to remember with your scribe brain. You don't know what a wyvern is? Rhi asks, then begins walking again. Didn't your parents tell you bedtime stories, Luca? Do enlighten me, Luca drawls. I roll my eyes, continuing along the path. They're folklore, I say over my shoulder. Kind of like dragons, but bigger, with 2 feet instead of 4, a mane of razor-sharp feathers streaking down their necks, and a taste for humans. Unlike dragons, who think we're a little gamey. My mom used to love telling my sister Reagan and me that we'd be plucked off right off the front porch by one if we talked back, and their eerie-eyed venom riders would take us prisoner if we took treats we weren't allowed to have, Ree says, flashing a grin at me, and I can't help but notice that her step is lighter. Mine is too. I noticed each dragon as we passed, but my heartbeat steadies. My dad used to read to me these fables every night, I tell her. And I seriously asked him one time if Mom was going to turn into a venom because she could channel. Rhiannon chuckles as we walk by the set of glaring reds. Did he tell you people supposedly only turn into venom if they channel directly from the source? He did. But it was after my mom had a really long night while we were stationed near the eastern border, and her eyes were bloodshot red, so I freaked out and started shrieking. I can't help but smile at the memory. She took my books of fables away for a month because the outpost guards all came running, and I was hiding behind my brother, who couldn't stop laughing, and well, it was a mess. I keep my eyes front and center as a large orange sniffs the air when I pass. Rhiannon's shoulders shake with laughter. I wish we'd had a book like that. I seriously think Mom just altered the stories to scare us whenever we stepped out of line. That sounds like some border village nonsense, Luca scoffs. Venom? Wyvern? Anyone with a modicum of education knows that our wards stop all the magic that isn't channeled directly from dragons. They're stories, Luca, Rhea says over her shoulder, and I can't help but notice how much ground we've covered. Pyre, you can walk a little faster if you want up there. Maybe we should slow down and take our time, Pryor suggests from ahead of Rhiannon, rubbing his palms along the sides of his uniform. Or I guess we can go faster if we want to get out of here. A red steps out of line, putting one claw forward towards us, and my stomach drops to the ground from the weight of the dread filling my entire body. No, no, no! I whisper, freezing in place, but it's too late. The red opens its mouth, exposing sharp, glistening fangs, and fire erupts along the sides of its tongue, streaming through the air and into the path ahead of Rhiannon. She yells in shock. Heat blasts the front of my face. Then it's over. The scent of sulfur and burned grass something fills my lungs, and I see a charred patch of ground in front of Rhiannon that hadn't been there before. Are you all right, Rhi? I call forward. She nods, but the movement is hurried and jerky. Pryor's dead. My mouth waters like I'm going to vomit, but I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth until the feeling passes. Keep walking, Sawyer shouts from further down the path. It's all right, Rhi. You just have to... She just has to what? Walk over his corpse? Is there a corpse? Fire's out, Rhiannon says over her shoulder. I nod because there's nothing I can say to reassure her. Holy shit, are we insignificant? She walks forward and I follow, maneuvering around the pile of ash that used to be Pryor. Oh my god, the smell, Luca complains. Could you please have some level of decency? I snap, turning around to level a glare at her, but Riddick's face makes me pause. His eyes are as wide as saucers, and his mouth hangs open. Violet. It's a whisper, and I wonder briefly if I heard him as much as I saw the word forming on his lips. A warm huff of steam blows against the back of my neck. My heart thunders, the beat increasing erratically as I take what might be my last breath and turn toward the line of dragons. The golden eyes of not one, but two greens meet mine, consuming my field of vision. Oh, fuck. To approach a green dragon, lower your eyes in supplication and wait. for their approval. That's what I read, right? I drop my gaze as one chucks another breath at me. It's hot and unappalling wet. It's hot and unappalling wet, but I'm not dead yet, and so that's a plus. The one on the right chortles deep in its throat. Wait, is that the sound of approval I'm looking for? Shit, I wish I had asked Mira. Mira, she's going to be devastated when she reads the rolls. I lift my head and suck in a sharp breath. They're even closer. The one on the left nudges my hands with its giant nose, and I somehow stand my ground, rocking back and on my heels to keep from falling over. Greens are the most reasonable. I cut my hands climbing the obstacle course. I lift my palms like they can see through the black fabric binding my wounds. The one on the right sets its nose right at my breast and chuffs again. What the hell? It inhales, making that noise in its throat, and the other shoves its nose into my ribs, making me raise my arms, just in case they feel like taking a little nibble. Violet! Rhiannon whisper shouts. I'm all right, I call back, then wince, hoping I didn't just seal my fate by screaming in their ears. Another chuff, another chortle, like they're talking to each other as they sniff me. The one under my arm moves its nostrils to my back and sniffs again. Realization hits, and I choke out a tight, surreal laugh. You smell tine, don't you? I ask quietly. They both draw back, just far enough for me to look them in their golden eyes, and they keep their jaws shut, giving me the courage to keep walking. I'm Mira's sister, Violet. Slowly lowering my arms, I run my hands over my snot-covered vest and the armor carefully sewn into it. She collected Tine's scales after he shed them last year and had them shrunk down so she could sew them into the vest and help keep me safe. The one on the right blinks, and the one on the left sticks its nose in again, sniffing loudly. The scales have saved me a few times, I whisper, but no one else knows they're in there, just Mira and Tine. They both blink at me, and I lower my gaze, bowing my head because it feels like the thing to do. Professor Koiy taught us every way to approach a dragon, and exactly 0 ways to disengage one. Step by step, they retreat until I see them take up their places in line in my peripherals, and I finally raise my head. Taking several deep breaths, I try to lock my muscles to keep from trembling. Violet! Rhiannon is only a few feet away, a look of terror in her eyes. She must have been right behind their heads. I'm fine. I force a smile and nod. I have dragon scale armor under the vest, I whisper. They smell my sister's dragon. If she wants trust, there it is. Please don't tell anyone. I won't, she whispers. You all right? Other than having a few years of my life shaved off, I laugh. The sound is shaky, bordering on hysteria. Let's get out of here. She swallows, her gaze darting toward the line of dragons. Good idea. She turns and walks back to her place, and once there's 15 feet between us, I follow. I think I just shat myself, Riddick says, and my laughter only pitches higher as we move through the field. Honestly, I thought they were going to eat you, Luca remarks. Me too, I admit. I wouldn't have blamed them, she continues. You're insufferable, Riddick calls back. I focus on the path and keep walking. What? She's obviously our weakest link after Pryor, and I don't blame them for snuffing him out, she argues. He could never make a decision, and no one wants someone like that as their writer. A blast of heat singes my back as I halt. Don't be, Riddick. Don't be. Guess the dragons think she's insufferable too, Riddick mutters. Our squad is down to 6 first years. Alrighty. That was the end of chapter 12 and the end of today. Alright, guys. That is the end. Oh, there was a follow. I'm sorry to the person who followed. I was unable to thank you for that follow. But at least, yeah. So for everybody who is watching this on YouTube, thank you for watching it. Anybody who's watching this live on Twitch, thank you again. I will be, we'll start with chapter 13 and go to chapter 18, starting next Saturday, the 30th, which will be right after Thanksgiving for everybody in America. So yeah, I will see you all in about a week's time, starting noon Central Time. And we will be continuing with 13 through 18. Alright, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you all next week.